Chapter 2372. This was great. The Crimson Dragon was excited, and Xingtian was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would actually pass all three of the dangerous tests. It seemed that the old palace master's decision was indeed wise and heroic. Could it be that this young man was destined to become a mortal palace's master? Below, those elders and geniuses were also completely stunned. None of them dared to believe it. Damn it. He sat on it. He actually sat on it. He actually sat on it peacefully. No, this was impossible. I'm dreaming. They screamed crazily, because they really didn't believe that someone who had never joined a mortal palace would actually become a mortal palace's master the first time he came here. What kind of joke was this? How could they endure this? The 6 great protectors also looked at each other, their eyelids twitching crazily. Then they looked at each other, and all of them bowed to the front. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. The 6 of them bowed. This scene really stunned the surrounding people. When Xingtian saw this, he also quickly greeted the Palace Master. When the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. They gritted their teeth, unwilling to accept this. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. What? Could it be that you want to rebel against a mortal palace? These elders' bodies trembled. Although the other party was only a young man, although the other party's strength was inferior to theirs. However, the old palace master personally gave up his position. Moreover, the other party had indeed passed the 3 tests, so logically speaking, he should be a mortal palace's master. Therefore, although they were unwilling, they still had to follow the rules at this moment. One elder after another, geniuses after another, all of them respectfully greeted the palace master. Damn it! Elder Lingshu was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only cup his fists. He shouted extremely unwillingly to greet the palace master, seeing everyone paying their respects. Lin Xian sat on the black celestial throne. He had a grand ambition that could swallow mountains and rivers. He waved his hand and said in a clear voice, "Elders, you are too polite. There is no need to be polite. I have just arrived. Although I have inherited the position of palace master, there are still many things that I don't understand. Immortal palaces matters will be done the same as before. You don't have to worry." Lin Xian said this to make these people feel at ease. After all, these elders and prodigies had opposed him before. No, if he didn't promise them something, they would feel uneasy. This would instead affect a mortal palace. Since Lin Xian had already become the master of a mortal palace, everything he did had to be done in consideration of a mortal palace. Thank you, Palace Master. The elders and geniuses below also understood. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not hold it against him. Otherwise, they would have a hard time in the future. All right, there's no need to be so polite, Lin Xian said. 6 great protectors, what's next? The 6 protectors replied, reporting to the palace lord. The banquet is coming up next. Palace lord, please come this way. Lin Xian nodded. He stood up from the black immortal throne and walked forward. There was a magnificent palace in front of them. Everyone walked towards the palace. After everyone had disappeared, an old figure appeared in the empty palace. It was Xia Jiyo. He looked into the distance, his eyes flickering. Sure enough, this kid was destined to become the master of a mortal palace. He did not expect that other than the great dragon sword soul, he also had the heavenly secret divine eyes. This was the will of the heavens. Xia Jiyo's figure flickered, and he disappeared again. No one knew what had happened. On the other side, the banquet was going on in the huge palace. It took a long time for everyone to disperse. Looking at the back of everyone, Lin Xian came out of the palace. He had his hands behind his back, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Xingtian, Lin Xian shouted coldly. Young master, you're looking for me? Xingtian appeared. Bring me the information of Immortal Palace, including the information of the members, our sphere of influence, and the various rules of Immortal Palace. Give it all to me. Yes. Xingtian was already prepared. He took out a storage ring, and the young master was inside. Lin Xian took the storage ring and nodded slightly. All right, go and rest. I'll call you if there's anything. Yes. Xingtian left. Lin Xian also returned to his room. Then his soul entered the storage ring, took out a pile of jade slips, and quickly read them. When he understood the general information, he was extremely shocked. He had to admit that Immortal Palace's strength was too terrifying, although it was not like before when they had a vast territory, but they were scattered all over the central state. There were people in all 9 imperial dynasties. In fact, there were even halls in each of the 9 imperial dynasties. There were peerless experts there to suppress and organize all kinds of missions. It could be said that those people held real power and had countless experts under them. They were very powerful. Previously, Xiajiu was unparalleled and could intimidate these experts. However, Lin Xian did not know if he could intimidate them now. Lin Xian rubbed his head and sighed. Although these people were not convinced, they would not rebel. After all, Xiajiu only gave up his position, not died. Even if these people were not afraid of him, they would be afraid of Xiajiu. Lin Xian did not plan to touch these old guys. After all, these people were peerless experts, and there were even invincible kings. At present, they were too far away for him. Lin Xian planned to start with the young people first. He could not order these old people at all. He had to establish his own foundation. Then the best goal was to recruit new people. It was not possible to recruit from outside. Therefore, Lin Xian could only set his eyes on these young people in Immortal Palace. Although these young people were also young geniuses, they were arrogant and unruly. But compared to those older generation figures, they were easier to deal with. At least Lin Xian was confident. In the same price, he would not be afraid of anyone. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation. He first drank a mouthful of spirit tea, then stood up and walked outside. After washing up, Lin Xian came outside. Immortal Palace was such a huge organization. They definitely would not be too idle. After all, although they were powerful with many people, but the resources they needed were also many. Moreover, these people would not wander around if they had nothing to do. They would rather cultivate than waste time. Young master, you're up. Xingtian was still waiting outside. Lin Xian nodded and said, Give me an order. Give me an order. Have all of Immortal Palace's younger generation, unless there are special circumstances, within the remaining 3 days, all of them are to arrive. The young generation. Hearing this, Xingtian frowned. It seemed that the young master was going to take action. He said, I'll go give the order now. However, he did not leave. Instead, he said, Young master, other than me, the 6 great protectors are also trustworthy. The 6 great protectors? I got it. If there are difficulties, I will ask them for help. Lin Xian nodded. Xingtian strode away to pass on the order. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. At the side, the Crimson Dragon said, Kid, what are you sighing for? Chapter 2373. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. On the side, the Crimson Dragon said, Kid, what are you sighing for? You're the master of Immortal Palace. You can do whatever you want when you go out in the future. It's not that simple. Although you're the palace master, you have too few people under you. Not to mention doing whatever you want, you can't even send a message now. Lin Xian shook his head. Indeed, there was only Xingtian under him now. There was no one else. Xingtian was sent by Xiajiu to protect his safety, but now he had become an errand boy. There was no choice. Lin Xian had no one else, so he had to quickly gather the younger generation. He had to quickly establish his own foundation. Although Xingtian said that the 6 great protectors would do their best to help him, the 6 great protectors had their own missions after all. Moreover, Although using the 6 great protectors could suppress him for a while, it was not a long-term solution. Lin Xian's order was quickly passed down. Those young geniuses who had not left stopped their journey. Those who had already left also hurried back. There was no choice. Although they were unwilling, this was the new palace master's first order after all. They were not willing to violate it. These people hurried back one after another. In the 9 great imperial dynasties, those young warriors in the halls also moved when they received the news. What new palace master? He was just a brat. What was he doing? Those hall masters were very disdainful and did not care. They did not care. Among them, a few young men sneered. Let me see what this palace master looks like. I want to see what qualifications he has to lead us. 3 days later, when Lin Xian came out of the main hall and looked at the square in front of him, he was extremely shocked, because there were countless figures standing in front of him. These were all young warriors of a mortal palace. They had talent and strength. More importantly, they had immortal palace behind them. They had powerful resources and countless cultivation methods and abilities. It could be said that their future achievements were limitless. At the front, when the young martial practitioners saw Lin Xian come out, their eyes lit up as they looked over carefully. After all, this was the new palace master. Many young geniuses had seen Lin Xian before, but there were also many who hadn't. These people had all come from other places. When they saw Lin Xian, who seemed to be even younger than them, they were all shocked. He couldn't even believe it. Too young. Although they knew that the other party was a young man, they did not expect him to be so young. Could such a person really lead them? They didn't know and were extremely doubtful. However, rules still had to be followed. Thus, at this moment, everyone shouted in unison, paying their respects to the palace master. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. Regardless of whether these people were sincere or not, the current scene was truly shocking. My name is Lin Xian, Immortal Palace's new palace master. I believe some of you have already met me. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen me before. From now on, you will know me. As for how I became the palace master, you can ask your friends. I think they won't forget what happened that day. Upon hearing this, many young sky prides rolled their eyes. However, the other party was right. They would probably never forget the scene of that day for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Lin Xian said in a clear voice again, "This time, I've gathered you here to select a group of elites from you and focus on nurturing them. Select the elites and focus on nurturing them." Hearing this, these people were in an uproar. To be honest, they didn't expect it either. Previously, they only thought that the new palace master wanted to meet them, and they also wanted to meet the so-called new palace master. Perhaps they didn't expect that the other party would actually choose the elites among them. How would they choose? Would they compete? Many people were excited. After all, if they were chosen, they would definitely get more resources. However, some people sneered disdainfully. Among them, a few people had contempt in their eyes. They were originally curious about what kind of person the new palace master was, but now that they saw him, they were extremely disappointed. As for the selection, they didn't need it. Of course, those who made these disdainful sounds were the elites of the 9 great halls. They were originally valued by the halls. In fact, some of the sons of the halls were here. They could tell at a glance what Lin Xian wanted to do. He definitely wanted to rope them in and establish his own faction. They were not interested in such a thing. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered as he looked down. He was looking at everyone's expression. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now let's begin the selection. There are a total of 2 stages. Try your best to break through. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the great dragon sword soul immediately flew out and descended from the sky, forming a stairway with 99 steps. At the same time, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. His heavenly secret divine eyes spun rapidly, emitting mysterious runes that formed a golden vortex. What? This is When the young elites saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Why does it look similar to the 3 stages of the sacrificial ceremony? The 99 steps, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although there was only one golden vortex, the terrifying aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. That move shocked everyone. That's the new palace master? Judging from his aura, he's not very strong. But I didn't expect him to be so clever. Humph. The 9 people at the entrance of the hall also snorted softly, then sneered disdainfully. That's nothing. He must have used some secret technique after becoming the palace master. If I become the palace master, I'll definitely be stronger than him. Rizalong, I'll leave the selection of these 2 stages to you. Xing Tian, invite the sons of the 9 great halls over. They don't need to be selected. Don't worry, kid. The Crimson Dragon said with a smile. Xing Tian also walked forward and invited the 9 people over. Lin Xian turned around and entered the hall to wait. Indeed, the 9 people did not need to be selected because their identities were not ordinary. If nothing went wrong, they would be the future palace masters. They were different from the others. Lin Xian wanted to meet the 9 of them alone. However, a total of 7 of the 9 came because the other 2 did not come because they had special missions. Lin Xian did not mind if there were 7 of them. Among the 7 people, there were tall and short, but without exception, they all had arrogant and confident looks on their faces. Lin Xian had seen this expression on the faces of countless peerless elites before. Therefore, he did not mind. When the 7 people saw Lin Xian, they did not bother to be courteous. Instead, they sized him up without restraint. There was even a hint of provocation in the eyes of a few of them. Among them, a handsome young man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Is this the new palace master you chose? I think he's worse than me. Why don't you let me be the palace master? I promise I can make the immortal palace shine. This person's words were full of arrogance. He did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Chapter 2374. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Xing Tian, who was at the side, shouted angrily. Yang Jian, what do you mean? Are you thinking of rebelling? All right, don't scare me. Xing Tian, do you really think he can be the hall master? He's just a young kid who isn't as strong as us. Who can submit to him? This is a joke. I don't have time to play with you guys here. As he said that, Yang Jian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. The other 6 people sneered. They wanted to see what the new hall master would do. He was slapped in the face as soon as he entered. He's probably mad. However, the 6 of them were soon stunned. They realized that he was still smiling and didn't look angry at all. What's going on? Is he not angry at all? Pretentious. He must be pretentious. He must be furious, but he didn't show it on his face. The few of them thought. One of them snorted coldly. So he's just a fool. Sure enough, after that, 2 of them sneered. Since there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. As they said that, the 2 of them left. In that case, there were only 4 people left. 1 pound. Xing Tian's face was gloomy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the 4 of them. He then asked, Why? Aren't the 4 of you leaving? Hee, we don't want to leave yet. A young man said with a smile. He sat down on a chair and crossed his legs. His expression was very relaxed. The other 3 also sat down. Don't want to leave? All right then. Lin Xian waved his hand and a cup of spirit tea appeared in his hand. Then he flicked his finger and 4 teacups instantly appeared on the table of the 4 of them. Phew! Lin Xian raised the glazed teacup and poured himself a cup. Then he poured it into the air. The strange thing was that the tea seemed to be affected by magic in the air and instantly surged into the teacups of the 4 of them. Not a single drop leaked out. Lin Xian placed the teapot on the table and picked up the cup. Try it. This is a spirit tea that I specially made. It's very delicious. As he said that, he took a sip. The young man who had his legs crossed took the lead and took a sip. The other 3 took a sip and then put down their teacups. I'm a very easy person to get along with. Since we've drunk tea, we're friends. It was just that Kai didn't know how to address number 4. Hui Chen, the son of the 5th Hall Master. Qin Haoyu, the son of the 7th Hall Master. Lu Jia, the son of the 8th Hall Master. Du Shengwei, the son of the 4th Hall Master. Su Qin silently remembered their names, and then said, "Tomorrow I'll invite everyone to go hunting." He hoped that all 4 of them would come. Since the 3 of them have left, I hope that the 4 of you will inform the others. Although they left today, I don't blame them. He hoped that they would come tomorrow as well. After saying this, Lin Xian stood up and left. At the side, Xing Tian followed behind. After they came out, Xing Tian took a deep breath. The first to leave was the 3rd Hall Master's son, Yang Jian. The 2 who walked behind him were the sons of Hall Master 6 and Hall Master 9. One was called Pei Yuan, and the other was called Xiao Hui. The 3 of them were in cahoots. Among them, the 3rd Hall Master was very domineering. He was usually very arrogant. Now that the old Hall Master had abdicated and young Master had just ascended the throne, he would probably not take you seriously. 3rd Hall Master. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Then he came to the square again and looked into the distance. At this moment, those people were conducting the test in the square. After watching for a while, Lin Xian went back. There was no need for him to stay here. He just needed to let the Crimson Dragon report the results when the time came. As expected, when night fell, the Crimson Dragon came in. This kid took in a total of 500 people. Among them, more than 30 of them probably came with a purpose. They were probably spies from those halls. As expected, they still made a move. Lin Xian frowned. Then he asked, "Are the remaining people reliable?" They were all reliable. They didn't have much of a relationship with the halls. Most of them were suppressed and couldn't survive in the first place. At this moment, we're providing him with an opportunity, so these people rushed over. That's good. Lin Xian nodded. Then he said, "Don't touch those spies. Just alienate them so that they can't come into contact with our core members." This was easy, the Crimson Dragon said. Then Lin Xian said, "Pick the 200 strongest elites out of the remaining 400 people. Carry out special training. As for the remaining 100 or so, they had to cultivate diligently as well. Every month, they would be given a challenge. Those who could defeat 200 elite members would directly enter the elite group." Good idea. I'll do it now. The Crimson Dragon smiled. Lin Xian said again, "Oh, right. Find me a few smart ones. I'm really short of manpower." "Okay, wait for me." The Crimson Dragon left quickly. Actually, it was very troublesome for him to pick people. However, Lin Xian's 6 paths of reincarnation allowed him to see all of these people's experiences and characters. Therefore, he knew very well what these people were like and whether they were spies or not. "Xing Tian, help me lead the 200 elite groups. You must give them the strictest training." "Yes, young master." Xing Tian nodded. Not long after, the Crimson Dragon came back. This time he brought 5 people with him. These 5 people followed behind the Crimson Dragon. They were very excited and nervous at the same time. They came in front of Lin Xian and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Temple Master. What are your names?" Lin Xian asked. "Zhang Chao, Zheng Yan, Wang Bin, Lu Kai, Sun Shao." "Well, you guys can follow me for the time being." "Yes." "Young Master." The 5 of them were excited. Lin Xian said, "Ruzalong, give them some instructions." "Follow me." The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws excitedly. 1 pound. Xing Tian frowned slightly. "Young Master, although these people are very talented and loyal, however, they are still lacking compared to the top geniuses." "Indeed." Lin Xian nodded. Compared to the sons of the 9 Hall Masters, they were still lacking. As for those with strength and talent, they had long been divided up by the 9 great halls. The remaining ones were all suppressed on normal days. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Xing Tian. You know Immortal Palace well. Don't tell me there aren't any people who come and go alone and are not restricted by any hall? Young master, there really are some. There are quite a few of them. However, they are very difficult to recruit. Previously, they only listened to the old temple master. The 9 hall masters couldn't order them around. They even tried to recruit them more than once, but they were all rejected mercilessly. There really are some. Give me a few of the younger generation. Xing Tian thought for a moment and said, Young master, why don't I give them an order and ask them to hurry back? Are they outside now? Lin Xian asked. These people don't have any missions. They are probably cultivating. All right, there's no need to ask them to come. I'll find them myself. Soon, Lin Xian left. In a flash, he left the palace according to the information Xing Tian gave him. Chapter 2375. Whoosh! In the sky, a black ray of light streaked across the sky and then disappeared. The full moon illuminated the earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was walking in the forest like a ghost. There was a big waterfall in front of him, making a rumbling sound. Under the waterfall, a figure was sitting cross-legged. He was like a statue, not moving at all. Beside him, there was a saber stuck in the ground. On the other side was a full moon machete. The surrounding space was strangely distorted, and even light couldn't pass through it. Buzz! Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes and cut the waterfall in front of him in an instant. Who are you? Come out. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared behind him. In front of him, the figure sitting cross-legged also stood up. His gaze was like a blade cutting across the void. However, he was blocked 3 meters in front of Lin Xian. There was an invisible force around him that blocked his terrifying gaze. Seeing this scene, the figure frowned. Who are you? Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Are you Hui Dao? Yes. The figure in front of him answered indifferently, and the light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, because he found that the other party didn't answer his question. After Lin Xian got the answer, a smile appeared on his face. Very good. From today on, you will follow me. You are courting death. Hui Dao was furious. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. He was a young master of Immortal Palace. Clang! With a clang, the full moon machete beside him was pulled out in an instant. The surrounding wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their color. The terrifying light of the blade swept in all directions. A huge wave of energy slashed forward. Whoosh! When Hui Dao moved, Lin Xian also moved. His figure swayed, and he disappeared in an instant. As soon as he disappeared, the space where he stood was split into 2 halves, and terrifying black cracks spread. Buzz! Hui Dao's machete missed its target, and he also frowned. The other party's speed was very fast, which was beyond his expectation. However, so what? Whoosh! His eyes swept around like lightning, and soon he locked onto the other party on the left. The next moment, the full moon machete in his hand slashed out again. It was as if a purple thunderbolt had descended to the world. Clang! The sound of an intense collision rang out, and the full moon scimitar was blocked in midair. An ancient sword swept across the sky, cutting through everything. Who are you? Hui Dao frowned. His opponent was strong enough to block his 2 strikes. This surprised him. One had to know that a casual slash of his saber could easily kill a mighty figure. Beat me, and I'll tell you. If you lose, you have to come with me and become one of my people. Overconfident, Hui Dao snorted. I only used half of my strength just now. Is that so? Then you should use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian smiled. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand exploded, emitting a biting cold light. He took the initiative to attack. Chaotic Heaven, Destroyer Sword. In an instant, Countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. They were like huge dragons as they swept across. Full moon blade technique. At this moment, the scimitar in Hui Dao's hand seemed to have turned into a cold moon, constantly crushing the void and rapidly bombarding the sword qi all over the sky. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Everything around them exploded in an instant. The tall mountain peak was split into several petals, and the huge waterfall spread out from the middle, no longer flowing water. The two fought fiercely, exuding a terrifying aura. Demon Seal, Lin Xian shouted coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from the ancient dragon abyss sword, and the sound of a dragon and sword rang out. Countless sword qi appeared in the sky, constantly rotating as if to seal the whole world. Hu Yidao's pupils shrank. He felt a threat and immediately shouted angrily, "Death Moon!" With a slash, the sword qi from the full moon scimitar rotated in the air, forming a purple moon. The terrifying light swept in all directions like a real full moon. With a power that made people tremble, it resisted all the rotating sword qi around it. The two were evenly matched in this attack. Lin Xian was surprised. He was indeed one of the experts given to him by Xing Tian. He was indeed powerful. Hu Yidao frowned completely. Who was his opponent? How could he block his killing move? Kill! He roared, and the aura on his body erupted again. Moon wheel. The full moon scimitar in his hand swept out, and a huge moon pushed in the air, smashing the sword qi all over the sky. Battle song. The ancient dragon abyss sword shone, and the sound of the sword rang out continuously. The sky shook and the earth shook. The terrifying sound of the sword made everyone's scalp tingle. The moon that was pushed over also trembled, and then countless cracks appeared on it. Sky shattering. Another sword move, and the world lost its color. The terrifying full moon collapsed directly, turned into countless spiritual qi and dissipated. A terrifying sword qi rose from the heavens and the earth. Buzz! Hu Yidao roared when he sensed the terrifying sword qi. His black hair fluttered, and the scimitar radiance on his body shone. The scimitar radiance rushed into the sky to fight against the shocking sword qi. The collision of the sword and the saber tore countless big cracks in the sky. The surrounding land was covered with tens of thousands of meters wide canyons, and the terrifying sword qi and sword qi covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. Ah, boy, you have completely angered me. Today, I will show you my real saber skill, demon-slaying saber. At this moment, Hu Yidao's aura changed. It was also extremely fierce and terrifying. Thick black qi emerged from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a demon king, and his shocking murderous intent soared into the sky. He slashed out with his saber. The black saber radiance was terrifying, as if a demon king had come out. Humph! This is interesting. Seeing the fierce and cold devil saber, Lin Xian laughed. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and its eyes emitted a biting cold light. Buzz! 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 The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand swung wildly, and its power increased exponentially. The sword swept out in all directions. In the sky, countless sword qi and sword qi collided, making sonorous sounds. Ah! 18 demon-slaying slashes. Hu Yidao roared, and his body quickly rose into the sky. He quickly waved the full moon saber in his hand. 18 rays of sword qi rolled out like deadly sword qi, rampaging in the sky. Boy, go to hell! He roared crazily, wanting to kill the powerful enemy in front of him. Buzz! Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, and the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted again, becoming more and more powerful. In the end, the dragon's roar kept ringing. The surrounding wind blew violently, and heaven and earth lost their color. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded and turned into a giant sword that was thousands of meters long. Lin Xian held it with both hands and slashed forward. Ah! Lin Xian roared, waved the giant ancient sword, and slashed forward. The whole world was directly split by the sword, and the airwaves rolled and slapped in all directions. There was a huge crack in the sky. Accompanied by the ancient sword, it kept appearing in the surroundings. Boom! 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 18 black saber radiances and the giant ancient sword collided in the sky, setting off a terrible storm. Countless thunderbolts fell, and heaven and earth were directly shattered. Chapter 2376. Damn it! How could his sword qi be so strong? Hu Yidao's expression changed, and he kept retreating. However, the ancient sword was too terrifying. It directly crushed the 18 devil sabers, and then pressed down on Hu Yidao. Hu Yidao roared and struck again with the terrifying black saber light, forming a black moon in the sky to resist. 1, 2, 3. Finally, 9 moons rotated in the sky as if they were going to destroy the whole world. Boom! Boom! However, this sword was too terrifying. In the end, the 9 moons were shattered and turned into billowing devil qi. Hu Yidao was enveloped again. Devil shadow steps. At this critical moment, the black qi on Hu Yidao's body burst out, forming 2 black devil wings that cut through the void. Relying on his superb speed, Hu Yidao finally dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. Phew! He gasped for breath, and his face was a little pale. Damn it! Who the hell is this? How could his swordsmanship be so terrifying? His face was gloomy. He found that he had encountered a powerful enemy. Not bad. You were able to dodge my sword. Your strength is very strong, and you have gained my approval. At this moment, a calm voice floated from behind Hu Yidao. Buzz! Hu Yidao's body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Damn it! When did the other party get behind him? Phew! He didn't turn his head, but struck back with his saber. At the same time, the devil wings on his back carried him forward. Clang! The full moon saber collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, making a thunderous sound. Then Hu Yidao flew forward. However, his arm was numb. That huge force had frozen the qi and blood in his body. The sword suppressed the sky. A terrifying sword qi appeared in the sky, like a giant dragon that kept circling. The sword qi in the sky turned into a sword diagram and pressed down from the sky. Get out of here! Hu Yidao roared and frantically slashed out saber light, tearing the sky apart. However, he couldn't shake the sword diagram at all. Devil-slaying palm. With a roar, he held the saber in his right hand and slapped out a big black palm with his left hand. Heaven and earth lost their color. There seemed to be ghosts wailing and wolves howling on the black palm as if it had flown out of hell. Boom! The palm hit the sword diagram, shaking the void. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings. Demonic qi billowed and spread in all directions. The sword diagram also began to tremble. More sword light descended from above, piercing through the large black palm. Wong, wong, wong. Not only that, 18 sword lights descended like 18 heavenly swords, surrounding Hu Yidao in an instant. Damn it! Hu Yidao roared angrily. The saber radiance on his body was sharp and fierce. He slashed out with his saber. He wanted to break out. However, it was blocked by the terrifying sword qi. Brat, you forced me to do this. Trapped in the distance, Hu Yidao roared. Countless blades and flags rolled around his body, and a purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. The power in his body was also increasing rapidly. Evidently, he had used some sort of secret technique. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Lin Xian did not intend to engage in a protracted battle with the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, with a tap of his foot, Lin Xian charged forward like a divine dragon, swinging its tail. You want to stop me? Impossible. Hui Dao sneered. The countless saber lights on his body formed a sphere that completely covered the space within a radius of 10 meters around him. No one could break it. Wong. Soon, Hui Dao's pupils shrank, because the defense formed by the saber lights in front of him was cut open by the sword. An ancient sword was placed on his neck. Whoosh! The aura that erupted from his body froze in an instant. A drop of cold sweat trickled down from his forehead. The sword just now was too fast and too terrifying. If the other party had not stopped, his head would have been sent flying. Why don't you kill me? Hui Dao asked with a frown. It's impossible for me to surrender to you. Kill me if you have the guts. Wong. Lin Xian withdrew the ancient dragon abyss sword and said in a deep voice, I am Lin Xian, the new master of Immortal Palace. What? You are Lin Xian, the new master of Immortal Palace? Hui Dao was shocked. Of course, he had seen the announcement of Immortal Palace. He also knew that the old master had abdicated and a young man had taken over the position of the master of Immortal Palace. He did not go to the enthronement ceremony because he did not think that the other party could lead him. In his eyes, the only person who could make him admire was the old master. But now, the other party's strength really shocked him. It seemed that he was wrong. The other party was completely different from the rumors. Although the other party was young, his strength was undoubtedly at the top of the younger generation. Follow me. I am very short of people now. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Good. Hui Dao said in a sonorous voice. Your strength has convinced me. I have decided to work for you. However, if one day I am able to defeat you, then I will leave your side. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and smiled confidently, because he did not think that day would come. Let's go. Lin Xian turned around and rushed to the sky. Behind him, Hui Dao put away his scimitar and followed him. The two of them disappeared into the night sky one after the other. In the Star Palace, the Crimson Dragon and Xing Tian were waiting. Xing Tian was a little worried. That was because he had no idea how powerful Lin Xian truly was. Could he defeat Hui Dao? But soon he frowned and looked into the distance. Then he was shocked, because he saw two figures in the sky coming back quickly and coming to the main hall in the blink of an eye. Young master. Seeing Lin Xian come back, Xing Tian walked up to him. When he saw Hui Dao behind Lin Xian, he was also shocked. One strike, you. Xing Tian was surprised. Lin Xian said with a smile, After one strike, you will be one of us. Hearing that, Xing Tian gasped. It seemed that the young master had defeated Hui Dao. It was just that the battle was over in such a short time. He did not dare to imagine. Because from the time Lin Xian left until now, excluding the time spent on the road, it was estimated that the battle took less than 30 minutes. He defeated Hui Dao in 30 minutes. This shocked Xing Tian. After all, Hui Dao was a top heavenly talent. It seemed that the young master's strength was far beyond his expectations. Well, let's take a rest. We still have business to do tomorrow. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Xing Tian gave him 3 people, one of whom was Hui Dao. Now he had been subdued by him. As for the other 2, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move, because he did have other things to do tomorrow. After tomorrow's matter was settled, he would take the other 2 as his subordinates. The night passed. The next day the sun rose. Lin Xian stood in the void, inhaling and exhaling purple clouds and purple qi and cultivating. When the purple clouds disappeared, he came back, washed up, and had breakfast. Of course, the breakfast he had was not ordinary. The rice was a top-grade spiritual medicine. It was hard to find even one outside. In the past, Lin Xian could not eat this kind of food because it was too extravagant, but now his status had changed. He was the master of the Immortal Palace, so he naturally had to enjoy the best resources. Chapter 2377. After eating a bowl of rice, Lin Xian felt that the qi and blood in his body were surging, like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning fiercely with endless power. How extravagant. Lin Xian also sighed. He knew that the people of these big forces and sects had a lot of resources. But when he really came in, he found that they were more extravagant than he thought. He guessed that the disciples of the Holy Lands and the remote antiquity families were treated like this since they were young. Thinking of those things that he fought desperately for before, Lin Xian really felt that cultivation was not easy. After Lin Xian finished his meal, Xing Tian and Hu Yidao arrived at the same time. "Young master, everyone is ready. They are waiting outside." Xing Tian said, "Well, let's go out." Lin Xian nodded. "Young master, it's fine if you take those people to hunt, but why do you invite the sons of the 9 hall masters? They can't win them over." Hu Yidao was puzzled. Indeed, the 9 people had different identities, and they would inherit the hall in the future. Lin Xian smiled. "Who said that I'm trying to win them over? Then why do I invite them?" "It's very simple. I'm trying to show my power," Lin Xian said lightly and walked forward. Hearing this, Hu Yidao and Xing Tian's pupils shrank sharply. They seemed to have guessed what Lin Xian was going to do. However, their hearts were beating wildly. It was not easy to make an example of the sons of the hall masters. If it went wrong and aroused the dissatisfaction of the 9 hall masters, things would be difficult. However, the 2 of them were relieved that the old hall master was still there. They were afraid that no one would dare to rebel. At most, it would cause some dissatisfaction. Therefore, the 2 of them followed Lin Xian outside. Outside, the 500-year-old martial artists who were selected yesterday were standing there. Lin Xian looked at those people and waved his hand. "Let's go." Qixia Mountain. It was a continuous mountain range nearby. There was abundant spiritual energy and many monsters, including ordinary small monsters and giant monster kings. It could be said that it was a very suitable place for hunting. Of course, only the strong could hunt. Weak martial artists would probably become lunch for these demonic beasts. Lin Xian and the others landed on the western gorge mountain from the sky. More than 500 people gathered together, and the aura they exuded shocked all the demonic beasts. The ordinary demonic beasts immediately fled. In addition to the 500 people brought by Lin Xian, many young martial artists had also arrived at the 9 halls. 6 of the 9 hall masters' sons had also come. This surprised Lin Xian. It seemed that other than the 2 who couldn't come because of their mission, only Yang Jian didn't come out of the 7 who came yesterday. At this moment, these people gathered together to chat and exchange information. Many people were even guessing what was going to happen next. That was because they didn't think that the other party had asked them to come here just for a simple hunting trip. Among them, Hui Chen and the rest were also gathered together to chat and laugh. Their expressions were extremely relaxed. However, when they looked ahead and saw Hu Yidao behind Lin Xian, they were stunned. They didn't expect that Hu Yidao would also come and stand behind the new temple master. No way. Wasn't this guy very arrogant? He had always been alone and didn't even pay attention to the 9 halls. Why was he standing behind that guy today? Pay attention to your words. Don't let others hear you. You should call him temple master now. Okay. Give him face and call him temple master. These people were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they still didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, they were extremely surprised by Hu Yidao's appearance. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Behind him, Xing Tian whispered, "Young master, Yang Jian hasn't come yet. Don't worry about him. When it's about time, we'll start." After waiting for about half an hour and finding that no one else came, Lin Xian stood up and waved his hand. Everyone quieted down and turned their gazes over. "I called everyone here today, mainly to hunt. You are all the young talents of Immortal Palace, the top elites and the future pillars of Immortal Palace. I just came to Immortal Palace and hoped to have an opportunity to communicate with you, so I held this hunt. I hope that we can work together to build a mortal palace in the future. If you have any requests or suggestions, you can tell me. If you have any difficulties, you can also tell me. Just treat me as your friend." Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. It seemed that he didn't treat himself as the temple master at all. Instead, he talked to these people with a very equal status. The people that Lin Xian called over were extremely excited. They had been suppressed before. When had they ever been valued so much? Moreover, this new temple master looked so amiable, which made them very excited. However, those people in the 9 halls didn't say anything. They naturally knew that the other party was obviously trying to win people's hearts by doing this. Among them, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who had a good relationship with Yang Jian, snorted disdainfully. A trace of contempt appeared in their eyes. What was the use of winning over those people? They were all people that their halls didn't want. Although they were elite geniuses outside, they were too ordinary in a mortal palace. Such people couldn't compare to the geniuses and elites of their 9 halls at all. It seemed that this temple master was really a good-for-nothing. He could only pick up people that the 9 halls didn't want. In front, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He continued to speak in a clear voice. "Although today is a hunting trip, let's have some excitement." It was morning now, and the sunset was already the boundary. Before sunset, whoever hunted the most powerful demonic beasts and had the most numbers would be the winner. Then, whoever got first place would be the winner. As for the winner, I have a reward. The reward is a heaven-tier cultivation technique and a secondary heaven-tier artifact. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. The eyes of those young martial artists blossomed with astonishing light. Heaven-tier cultivation technique. Secondary heaven-tier artifact. Heavens, they were extremely shocked. Although they were all members of a mortal palace and were geniuses. However, heaven-tier cultivation techniques and secondary heaven-tier artifacts weren't cabbages. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. A mortal palace had a complete system of ranks and contribution points. When your cultivation strength broke through and reached the corresponding rank, you could cultivate the corresponding cultivation technique. You would obtain the corresponding pills and weapons. In addition, if you wanted to skip ranks and exchange, you would need to use contribution points. The various missions issued by Immortal Palace were used to obtain contribution points. Once you accumulated enough contribution points, even if your strength wasn't enough, you could still obtain high-level cultivation techniques. Therefore, although these young geniuses and elites were powerful, they were only cultivating Earth tier cultivation techniques. The highest level was also the top Earth tier. As for Heaven tier cultivation techniques, perhaps only Hui Chen and Pei Yuan were qualified to cultivate them. As for secondary Heaven tier artifacts, perhaps even Hui Chen and Pei Yuan didn't have them. Even Xing Tian and Hui Dao, who were behind them, sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Yi Dao, you can also participate." "Young master, then I won't be polite." Hui Dao grinned. Lin Xian turned his head again. "Xing Tian, do you want to try too?" Chapter 2378. "Forget it. I won't join in the fun with them." Xing Tian shook his head. Although he looked young, he did not belong to the younger generation. If he wanted to fight, he would definitely be the first. Even Hui Dao would not be able to beat him. However, if that happened, it would be useless. He knew that Lin Xian's goal was to stimulate these people with this kind of top-notch reward. In the past few days, Lin Xian's behavior had greatly shocked Xing Tian. Although the young man in front of him was young, his strength was powerful, and his methods were also impressive. He had just become the master of a mortal palace, but he was very friendly and did not put on any airs. Now, the hunting scene showed his forthrightness and generosity. He rewarded his subordinates generously. This was the perfect image of the immortal palace master in everyone's heart. Just as everyone was excited, a burst of applause suddenly sounded in the distance. As expected of the new Immortal Palace Master, he really had a good way of winning people over. However, the people you've gathered are a bit trash. They're all people that we, the 9 Great Halls, don't want. The elite geniuses of the 9 Great Halls are not people that can be lured away by your small favors. As soon as this voice came out, everyone's expression changed. The 500 warriors recruited by Lin Xian were immediately angry. They glared at him, and their bodies emitted a biting, cold, killing intent. The people at the 9 halls looked like they were watching a show. Hui Chen and the others had a playful look on their faces. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, while Xing Tian and Hu Yidao frowned and looked at the sky. Damn it, who is it? How dare they cause trouble here? The Crimson Dragon was also so angry that he gritted his teeth. In the next moment, they were stunned. The murderous aura released by the 500 people froze in an instant, because they found that a figure was walking over from the distance. The other party stepped in the air. He was abnormally tall, and his figure was like a demon. Yang Jian, the son of the 3rd Hall Master. Moreover, he was powerful and one of the top geniuses of Immortal Palace. Therefore, the people below only dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. Yang Jian, don't talk nonsense. Xing Tian shouted coldly. Nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? Every word I said is the truth. Yang Jian stood in the void and looked down on everyone. He was very domineering. The people at the 3 halls naturally sneered. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui also harumphed coldly. However, Hui Chen and the others did not agree. Although they were all part of the 9 Great Halls, their relationship with Yang Jian was also just ordinary. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have any ill intentions towards them. They felt that this new palace master's attitude was quite good. Therefore, at this moment, they did not help either of them and looked like they were watching a show. Yang Jian looked down from the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes were filled with disdain. However, when he saw Hu Yidao behind Lin Xian, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Hu Yidao would show up and stand behind him. Damn it, what's going on? Yang Jian was confused because Hu Yidao was a very arrogant person. He didn't even give face to the 9 halls. Why was he standing behind him? Of course, he did not think that this was Lin Xian's ability. Instead, he thought that this was the old palace master's arrangement. Therefore, Yang Jian sneered. Hu Yidao, why are you also siding with them? When did your taste become so bad? Humph! Hu Yidao snorted coldly and ignored him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Hu Yidao was still as arrogant as ever. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Today's hunting was not his real purpose, and the reward was just a casual thing. His real purpose was to establish his authority. Originally, he was still thinking that if Yang Jian didn't come, who would be the best candidate for the remaining disciples of the 9 Great Halls. But now, there was no need to think about it. Hu Yidao was here. Yang Jian was powerful and had a high status, but he was also extremely arrogant. He was the best candidate to establish his authority. Hu Yidao was so arrogant that he didn't take him, the palace master, seriously. He had already violated the rules of the Immortal Palace. Not only that, Hu Yidao also despised and humiliated the newly recruited warriors, which could be said to have aroused public anger. Among the other halls, probably only Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan supported Yang Jian, so they were in the minority. Therefore, even if Lin Xian were to make his move later, there would not be too many people who would support him. After all, Hu Yidao had no advantage in terms of numbers or rules. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile at the thought of this. He didn't make a move immediately, because he felt that it was not the right time. At this time, Yang Jian spoke again in the sky. How is it, new palace master? I'm not too late, am I? It's not too late. Lin Xian nodded. Since you're here, come down and let's go hunting together. If you can get first place, the reward is yours. Seeing this scene, the surrounding warriors were in an uproar. Among them, Pei Yuan sneered. Would Brother Yang care about that little reward? Xiao Hui sneered. This palace master is not very good. He's not even angry. It seems that Brother Yang is more dignified. I think Brother Yang is more suitable to be the new palace master. The others were also discussing, because they felt that Lin Xian seemed to be a little too tolerant and didn't even have a trace of anger. This shouldn't be. Even Hui Chen and the others frowned. Young master, do you want me to teach him a lesson? Behind him, Xing Tian asked quickly. At the side, Hui Dao was also puzzled. Because he had fought with Lin Xian before, he naturally knew that Lin Xian's strength was very powerful. He was probably stronger than Yang Jian. But why did Yang Jian have to swallow his anger? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No need, I'll deal with him later. Let's start the hunt first. Yes, I know. Xing Tian retreated, while Lin Xian looked forward and said loudly, Now the hunt begins. Buzz. Hearing this, everyone was extremely excited and moved quickly. They even forgot their previous displeasure. Those people rose into the air one after another and flew in all directions. Qixia Mountain was very vast. The mountains were millions of miles long, and at a glance it was all dense forest. Towering trees rose one after another. There were also many monsters inside, but at this moment they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow and fled quickly. After all, this was only the periphery, and there were only some small monsters. Those people also flew inside quickly. Haha, let's go hunting. They won't be able to touch a single hair. Yang Jian laughed and left with the people of the 3 halls. Next to him were Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan. The 2 of them also brought the people of their respective halls. The group of people moved in a grandiose manner, forming a sizable force, just like the kings of Buddha Mountain. Let's go. Hui Chen and the others also laughed. Among them, Hui Chen took out a big black bow. I haven't used my sky frost bow for a long time. Damn. You even brought this treasure here? The people next to him were surprised. This bow was made of the bones of an 8-star monster king. It could be said that it was a peerless treasure. You're cheating. Hee, I also brought my flying leopard bow. The people of these halls took out their treasures one after another. Chapter 23:79. Hee, I've also brought my flying leopard bow. The disciples of these halls took out their treasures one after another. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others also rose into the air. The crimson dragon followed from the side board. From time to time, it would catch a few small monsters, spit out dragon flames, and roast them. Uft! Damn it! Why do rabbits smell like chicken? The crimson dragon spat its saliva wildly. With the stimulation of Lin Xian's reward, the warriors were abnormally excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. From tens of thousands of miles away, roars, tremors, and lights could be heard from time to time. Of course, there were also countless roars. Those were the roars of monsters. Buzz! An earth-shattering roar came from the front, shattering the clouds in the sky. Obviously, a powerful monster king had been alerted. Kill! Everyone attacked one after another, wanting to kill the powerful monster king. Boom! 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 The monster king was a giant python. Its body was a few thousand meters long when it stood up. Its huge head was extremely terrifying, spewing poisonous gas all over the sky. However, in the next moment, it exploded. In the sky, Yang Jian held a large purple bow with both hands and shot an arrow. He killed the terrifying Demon King right away. The scene was extremely shocking. The sky full of bloody mist exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled over the forest. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood in the sky like a god fiend, laughing loudly. Young Master Yang is mighty. Young Master Yang is awesome. The martial artists at the entrance of the 3 halls congratulated him one after another. That's nothing. It's just a 7-star monster king. I can kill it easily. Yang Jian said disdainfully. Then he looked at Lin Xian with a provocative gaze. However, to his disappointment, Lin Xian looked calm and did not show any signs of anger. Yang Jian should have been smug. That was because he had already crushed the new temple master, and the latter did not even dare to be angry. However, for some reason, when he saw Lin Xian's calm gaze and expression, Yang Jian felt as if he had punched cotton and could not exert any strength. "Humph, pretentious brat. Let's see how long you can endure." Yang Jian snorted coldly in his heart. He decided to increase the intensity of his provocation. He did not believe that the other party could remain so calm. Therefore, in the next moment, Yang Jian did not set off again. Instead, he turned around and looked into the distance. At the same time, he gathered all his strength and said in a clear voice, "Palace Master, what's wrong? Are you just going to watch and not do anything? Our brothers still want to see how good your skills are." As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at him. Hui Dao had already left Lin Xian's side to hunt the powerful monster kings. At this moment, only the Crimson Dragon and Xing Tian were left beside Lin Xian. When the two heard this, their faces turned gloomy. The Crimson Dragon, in particular, gnashed its teeth. It wanted nothing more than to grab the other party and roast it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. He smiled faintly. "However, what's the point of just hunting demonic beasts? Why don't the two of us compete?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Yang Jian was also overjoyed. He was just thinking about how to provoke the other party, but he did not expect the other party to take the initiative to say such words. He was really dead. He did not know how strong the other party was. However, he was very confident in his own strength. He was one of the top geniuses in the Immortal Palace, and there were not many people among the younger generation who could defeat him. Even if the other party was the palace master, what could he do? If he was not strong enough, it would be useless. Today he was going to suppress this new palace master in front of everyone. He was going to let everyone see who was the real young genius. Since the palace master has spoken, how can I dare to disobey? Yang Jian laughed heartily. He then flew ahead, bringing with him a cloud of smoke. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He naturally had his reasons for doing so, because he felt that it was about time to make a move. When the other party was extremely arrogant, he would let the other party know what it meant by extreme joy begets sorrow. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian also followed him. He did not take out any weapon. Instead, he condensed all the spiritual power in his body and formed a big green bow. In terms of archery, Lin Xian did not think that he would lose to anyone. In fact, if he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, these people would not even be able to catch a strand of hair. However, he was not here to show off his archery skills. Therefore, he was hiding most of his strength now, and his performance was ordinary, which was the standard of an ordinary genius. Buzz! In the distance, there was an angry roar. Then, a black demonic shadow rushed out. Endless demonic aura surged, and a huge creature rose into the sky. It was at least a few thousand meters tall. It spread its wings and covered the entire sky like dark clouds. It was a huge black eagle. It was extremely terrifying. It had 2 heads, and its wings seemed to be made of black iron. It was extremely sharp. With a slight shake, it shattered the void. The huge eagle was obviously angered. At this moment, it spread its arms and brought about endless demonic winds that swept in all directions. Not good, run. Many warriors retreated and hid in the distance, drawing their bows and attacking. In an instant, countless rays of light flew into the distance, like shooting stars. However, they were directly blasted away by the black, 2-headed, demonic eagle's wings. The feathers on its body were abnormally sharp, and ordinary attacks could not penetrate them at all. It was a 7-star peak monster king, and it was extremely terrifying. For a moment, many people were flustered, and some were even injured. Good stuff. It's very nutritious after eating it. The Crimson Dragon, looked at the black, two-headed demonic eagle in the sky and salivated. He swung his dragon tail and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. "Don't mess around. I'm planning something. Don't ruin it. It's easy if you want to eat demonic beasts. I'll get you dozens of them later. All right, kid, you said it yourself. You have to roast them for me, personally." The Crimson Dragon was very concerned about Lin Xian's cooking. Hearing that, Lin Xian was speechless. He shook his head, but he still said helplessly, "All right, you'd better stay put. I'm going to reel in the net soon." It seemed that someone was going to be unlucky. The Crimson Dragon grinned and watched from the side. The two of them were sending voice transmissions, so even Xing Tian did not know that Lin Xian was going to make a big move next. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked at the huge monster in the sky. Whoosh! He stopped and raised his hand to draw his bow. A green arrow flew out like a meteor into the sky. Boom! Boom! It collided fiercely and exploded on the huge monster. Terrifying waves of air rolled, and lightning fell from all directions. Boom! Boom! The attack directly pierced through the wings of the two-headed demonic eagle, bringing with it a large amount of blood mist. Seeing that, the martial artists of Immortal Palace in the distance all looked over. When they saw that it was Lin Xian who attacked, they were all shocked. Meanwhile, the 500 martial artists exclaimed in surprise, "Temple Master is so powerful. This kid is quite strong." Hui Chen and the others also flew into the sky and were shocked when they saw that. Chapter 2380. Indeed, they could see that the longbow in Lin Xian's hand was not a treasure weapon, but one condensed with spiritual power. In other words, he could still injure the terrifying Demon King with one arrow even without the enhancement of a weapon. Indeed, it was surprising. Not far away, Pei Yuan sneered. "That's nothing. It's just average. He's worse than me. He's far worse than Brother Yang. Just wait and see. This Demon King must have been killed by Brother Yang." Xiao Hui also sneered at the side. Sure enough, Yang Jian narrowed his eyes when he saw that scene. "You have some strength, but it's nothing in front of me." He snorted coldly and drew the purple longbow in his hand. The purple longbow had an extraordinary origin. It was refined from the tendons of a purple flood dragon and was extremely terrifying. It could split mountains and rivers with a light wave. It even carried a strong pressure. It could be said to be a peerless treasure. Sure enough, as soon as he drew the bow, the surrounding wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. There was even the phantom of a flood dragon appearing in the surroundings, roaring ferociously and letting out waves of roars. As soon as this phenomenon appeared, everyone was shocked. Heavens, Yang Jian is too terrifying. He's actually a flood dragon. What kind of longbow is that? Why do I feel that he's even more powerful than the Temple Master? Many people discussed animatedly. The martial artists of the three halls were even more proud. That's because young Master Yang is a top expert. Not everyone could compare to him. That's the purple demon flood dragon bow, right? I didn't expect Yang Jian to be so well prepared. Hui Chen and the others also frowned. Even the light of the bows in their hands was somewhat dim. In the distance, Lin Xian's eyes flickered when he saw that scene. He did not expect Yang Jian to have a treasure in his hands. However, that was better. The higher the other party stood, the harder he would fall. The more intimidating it would be to everyone. However, he felt that it was not enough. The other party was arrogant, but he was not angry at all. He had to give the other party some anger. Impulse was the devil. Only by making the other party lose his mind could he do something outrageous. That way, it would be easier for him to make his move. Therefore, in the next moment, he also drew the green longbow in his hand, condensing countless green rays of light. The Temple Master was also about to make his move. Many people exclaimed. At this moment, they all stopped hunting and looked over. That was because they wanted to see if it was Yang Jian or their hall master who was more powerful. Yang Jian naturally saw this scene and immediately sneered disdainfully. Then he released his hand. The purple light turned into a shocking bolt of lightning and rushed out, bringing with it the power of wind and thunder, as well as a terrifying roar. "You want to compete with me?" He was too inexperienced. Yang Jian coldly snorted. However, he soon frowned, because the purple arrow he shot out was knocked away by someone in midair, deviating from its original trajectory. Originally, this arrow was aimed at the heart of the double-headed demon eagle in the sky. However, this time it only hit the other party's wings, causing a slight injury. "Damn it, it's that guy." Yang Jian looked at Lin Xian. That was because he realized that his opponent's arrow had hit him and deviated. "Oh, sorry, I bumped into you." Lin Xian shrugged, looking apologetic. However, in Yang Jian's eyes, this only made him even angrier. "Damn guy! How dare he go against me? He's courting death." He was really angry. Originally, he wanted to show off his skills. He wanted to be arrogant in front of everyone. However, he did not expect that the other party would disrupt his plan. That was intolerable to him. At this moment, he did not care about Lin Xian's identity as the Hallmaster. That was because his character was arrogant and unscrupulous. He did not take anyone of the younger generation seriously. Therefore, now his eyes were bloodshot and his heart was burning with anger. Not far away, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui also sneered when they saw the scene. Seriously, how dare he provoke Brother Yang? If he wasn't the Hallmaster, I'm sure he would be lying on the ground now. Just wait and see. Even if he's the Hallmaster, he'll be in trouble if he provokes Brother Yang. The two of them sneered. On the other side, Hui Chen and the others were also puzzled. What's going on? Is the new Hallmaster going to fight back? That's interesting. As expected, Lin Xian acted as if he was going to fight back. He often fought with Yang Jian and even destroyed Yang Jian's attacks from time to time. This made Yang Jian's face turn red and his lungs were about to explode. Yang Jian roared crazily. Purple qi surrounded his body, and the shadow of a dragon circled around him, making him look extraordinary. On the other side, the green light on Lin Xian's body dimmed as if it was being suppressed. This scene was even more shocking. However, Lin Xian did not stop there. Instead, he continued attacking. The two of them kept attacking and attacked the two-headed demonic eagle together. There was even a small friction in the middle. After a few moves, the two of them, both of them retreated. The two-headed demonic eagle was originally powerful, but under the joint attack of the two experts, it was riddled with scars and bloody holes appeared on its body. The blood dripped down and turned into a rain of blood, sprinkling over the forest. It's about time. Lin Xian looked at the dying two-headed demonic eagle and sneered in his heart. He did not attack again, and instead retreated. The Hallmaster retreated. The crowd exclaimed. Pei Yuan, Xiao Hui, and the others also sneered. Sure enough, it was nothing in front of Brother Yang. Hui Chen and the others were also surprised. Could it be that they could not defeat Yang Jian? The surrounding young martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yang Jian, on the other hand, laughed loudly and seemed to be very proud. He was indeed overjoyed because the other party dared to go against him and even destroyed his attacks repeatedly. If the other party was not the Hallmaster, he would have slapped him to the ground. How could he allow the other party to compete with him? However, so what if the other party was the Hallmaster? Under his powerful pressure and energy, the other party was still forced to retreat. Thinking of this, he was even more proud. The purple demon Jiao dragon bow in his hand was constantly waving. Ray after ray of light flew out and bombarded the sky. It hit the demonic eagle's body, causing the other party's injuries to be even more terrifying. Boom! The last arrow directly hit the demonic eagle's head, causing the other party's head to explode, forming a storm in the sky. Boom! The huge corpse fell down and smashed hard on the ground. Large patches of forest collapsed, the nearby mountain peaks shattered, and the ground split open. Countless cracks appeared and spread in all directions. The dust in the surroundings turned into smoke and spread in all directions. It was killed. A peak 7-star demonic eagle king was killed by a single arrow. This Yang Jian was too terrifying. Could it be that he could already contend against an 8-star demonic eagle king? As expected of our immortal palaces, top young expert. Too terrifying. Chapter 2381. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Even Hui Dao frowned. He had to admit that Yang Jian was very strong. Brother Yang is mighty. That arrow just now was too cool. Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan also flew over and came to Yang Jian's side. Haha. Yang Jian laughed complacently, his face filled with pride. He descended to the ground and stood on the mountain like corpse. Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan also followed him. On the other side, Lin Xian's figure flashed and also came to the demonic eagle's corpse. The demonic eagle's corpse was very big, enough for thousands of people to stand on. Therefore, it was not crowded at all. The surrounding people also stopped in mid-air, countless gazes looking forward. Temple Master, what do you think? Isn't Brother Yang more powerful? Xiao Hui sneered. On the other side, Pei Yuan also laughed and said, Yes, Temple Master, you lost the written test this time. Haha. Yang Jian was very proud, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan said again, Temple Master, I think you should give Brother Yang the title of the #1 genius of Immortal Palace. Is there a need to give him that title? Pei Yuan said with a smile, How about this, Temple Master? You can make Brother Yang the Deputy Temple Master. In this way, we can do what you can't do for Brother Yang. It'll be a piece of cake. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts beat wildly. Hui Chen and the others' expressions also changed. These guys were too arrogant. However, the people of the 3 halls were very excited. If Yang Xiaohui became the Deputy Temple Master, they would also rise to the top. Lin Xian and the 500 people who came out gritted their teeth and looked gloomy, because they felt that the other party had gone too far. That was a good suggestion. After Yang Jian heard that, he was also very satisfied. Then he walked forward and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. What do you think? Agree. Let me be the Deputy Temple Master, and I'll guarantee your safety for the rest of your life. You don't have to worry about anything. As soon as those words came out, the world changed color. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that Yang Jian's ambition was not small. He actually wanted to fight for the supreme position. Xing Tian's face was gloomy. The other party had gone too far. He was about to say something. However, he was stunned. This was because Lin Xian had also spoken. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was completely cold, and his eyes were filled with a biting cold light. He said coldly, Take your hand away. Who told you to pat my shoulder? Do you have the right to film me? What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Even Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were dumbfounded. Then they screamed out loud. What did you say? Humph. What did I say? Lin Xian sneered. What do you think I said? Brat, don't go too far. Pei Yuan said coldly. Lin Xian shouted coldly, How dare you? As soon as this voice came out, it was like a clap of thunder that resounded in all directions. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were shocked. They did not expect the new hall master, who had always swallowed his anger and kept a silence, to erupt with such great power. Needless to say, this sound really scared the two of them. However, Yang Jian's face turned completely gloomy. Brat, you dare to scold me? His expression was cold. Lin Xian looked at him, and his eyes flickered. What did you call me? I'm the hall master of Immortal Palace, and you're just a martial artist of a hall. When you see me, you have to respectfully call me hall master. Don't tell me you're so arrogant that you've forgotten the rules of Immortal Palace. Hall master? You're also called hall master? Yang Jian was really angry. When had he ever been scolded by a brat like this? Moreover, the other party's strength was clearly inferior to his. That was intolerable. How can someone like you be the hall master? You're so weak. If it weren't for the old hall master supporting you, you probably wouldn't even be able to enter Immortal Palace. How dare you? Yang Jian, are you trying to rebel? Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. At the back, Xing Tian also shouted coldly, I'm rebelling. What can you do to me? Yang Jian shouted angrily. He was really mad. As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people were also in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. The other party actually dared to say such disgraceful words. He was really insolent. Lin Xian sneered. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Buzz, the great dragon, sword soul in his body, circulated crazily. Then it erupted with terrifying energy. Lin Xian stretched out a green dragon hand and slapped forward. Bang! Yang Jian was instantly slapped to the ground. The terrifying power shattered the void. The 1,000-meter-long beast carcass under their feet instantly split open, turning into countless blood chi that scattered in all directions. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened. They could not believe it. Even Xing Tian was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who were at the side, were dumbfounded. Ah, damn brat, how dare you hit me? Yang Jian roared crazily. His expression was abnormally cold. Killing intent quickly emerged from his body. That was because he could not tolerate it at all. How dare the other party attack him? Furthermore, he had even injured him. To be honest, the palm just now was too sudden. He did not expect the other party to attack him. Therefore, he was completely unprepared and was slapped to the ground by the other party. Ah, I'm going to kill you, he roared crazily. Terrifying power surged out of his body as he wanted to counterattack. Bang! However, as soon as he stood up, he was slapped down. The terrifying green dragon hand slapped his body, directly shattering half of his bones. Blood spurted out crazily. Cracks that were thousands of meters long appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. Not only that, the green dragon hand did not disappear this time. Instead, it pressed down on Yang Jian's body like a green mountain, completely suppressing him. Countless sword chi flew out from the green dragon hand and entered Yang Jian's body to seal him. Brother Yang, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui cried out in alarm and kept retreating. Damn it, let go of our brother Yang. The people of the 3 halls also roared angrily. They all pulled out their swords and roared, How dare you touch our young master Yang? Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Xing Tian roared, Who dares to attack? Are you all thinking of rebelling? He was a peerless expert. At this moment, his voice carried unparalleled power, causing the blood in everyone's body to surge. In an instant, everyone was stunned in midair. Yes, the other party was the master of Immortal Palace. Regardless of whether he was strong or not, the other party was still the master of Immortal Palace. They actually dared to attack the master of Immortal Palace. Even if they succeeded, they would probably end up in a miserable state. At the thought of this, everyone retreated. Lin Xian sneered and ignored the people of the 3 halls. Then he stared at Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui. Why, do the 2 of you want to attack me too? Being stared at coldly by Lin Xian, their hearts beat wildly. Then they shook their heads and did not dare to do so. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan gritted his teeth and said, But Brother Yang is the son of the 3rd hall master. There was a hint of threat in his words. Chapter 2382. When Lin Xian heard that, he sneered in disdain. The son of the 3rd hall master? So what? Even if the 3rd hall master was here, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Brat, you're dead meat. Let go of me. I won't let you go. Below, Yang Jian roared crazily. The endless power in his body wanted to attack, but it was suppressed. He could not use any of his strength. I'm dead meat? You still dare to threaten me now? Lin Xian sneered. You don't know what's good for you. Do you know that you've committed a heinous crime? Insubordination. Attacking a temple master. Openly rebelling. You deserve to die for each of these crimes. Right now, I can kill you directly. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful. It was like the hammer of Thor, ruthlessly smashing into everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, and their hearts were beating wildly. The reason for that was because they discovered that what Lin Xian said was the truth. If he really wanted to punish Yang Jian according to Immortal Palace's rules, he would really be dead meat. However, everyone knew that Yang Jian's words were definitely said out of anger. He wouldn't really rebel. Sure enough, when he heard that, Yang Jian vomited blood. He was pressed to the ground and roared crazily. Damn brat, you dare to condemn me? You dare to kill me? You dare to touch me? Do you believe that my father won't forgive you? People of the three halls, come here. Save me. Yes. Hearing that, the people of the three halls came over one after another. Buzz! However, when they were halfway there, a huge blade light slashed down from the sky, splitting the ground in front of them. A huge canyon appeared, blocking everyone's path. The remaining biting cold aura on the ground made everyone's scalp go numb. Whoever dared to take a step forward would die. Hui Dao descended from the sky. He was already following Lin Xian. How could he allow these people to rebel? Damn it! Young Master Yang didn't commit any crime. Why should he be arrested? He didn't commit any crime? Are you blind? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xing Tian, read Immortal Palace's rules. Yes. Xing Tian walked out and said loudly, Immortal Palace's rules. First, those who rebel and betray will be beheaded. Second, those who offend their superiors will be beheaded. Third, those who disregard the rules of the palace will be executed. After 3 consecutive slashes, countless large cracks appeared in the void as one black hole after another appeared behind Xing Tian. Very good, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Yang Jian had committed all 3 crimes, and his crimes were punishable by death. Unforgivable. Now it was time for the execution. His cold voice spread in all directions, shocking everyone. At this moment, these people were all stunned. They didn't expect that things would take such a huge turn. After all, it was Yang Jian who had been overbearing all this while. The new palace master was pressured to the point that he could not breathe. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change? The powerful and arrogant Yang Jian was pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. The new palace master, who had been silent all this while, now displayed an unparalleled domineering aura. He even wanted to kill Yang Jian. At the side, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui's faces were filled with fear and anger. In the distance, Hui Chen and the others were also shocked. However, among them someone said, just wait and see. At most, we'll just punish him. We won't really kill him. That was for sure. It seemed that the new palace master wanted to establish his authority, but killing Yang Jian was not worth it. After all, he was the son of the 3rd hall master. If he killed him, the 3rd hall master would definitely go crazy. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, as well as the martial artists at the 3rd hall, naturally knew this. Therefore, they pleaded for mercy. Palace master, young Master Yang was just playing with you. Yes, young Master Yang was muddle-headed and said those words. He had no intention of rebelling. Palace master, please let young Master Yang go. The people at the 3rd hall also cried out. As for the others, they were all stunned. Playing with him? Lin Xian sneered. Who is he to play with me? What do you think the palace master is? Someone you can play with? Or do you not have me in your heart at all? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded again. His eyes were like 2 sharp divine swords sweeping across these people. Buzz! These people's hearts beat wildly, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything else. Below, Yang Jian roared crazily. Boy, you'd better let me go. I can pretend that this didn't happen. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Don't forget that my father is the third hall master. I said execute him. What? In the distance, the 500 people were stunned. Even Hui Dao and Xing Tian were stunned. What's going on? Are we really going to kill Yang Jian? Ha 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 ha. Boy, did you see that? No one dares to kill me. Seeing this, Xing Tian laughed wildly again, and his eyes were full of disdain. Indeed, his identity was extraordinary. The third hall master was an extremely powerful and peerless powerhouse among the 9 hall masters. As the son of the third hall master, no one dared to provoke him. No one wants to kill him? I'll do it myself. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his body emitted a strong aura. He waved his hand, and the azure dragon hand grabbed Yang Jian and suspended him in the air. The surrounding sword qi formed chains and nailed him to the ground. Ah, damn it, get out of my way! Yang Jian roared crazily. However, the sword qi formed by the great dragon sword soul had already sealed his body and suppressed all his strength, so Yang Jian could not break free at all. Insubordination. Rebellion. Disrespect. You will be punished by 3 knives and 6 lashes and beheading. Lin Xian said coldly. Crack! He flipped his palm, and a blue saber appeared in his hand. Then he looked up and stared at Yang Jian. How dare you kill me? Try it. You're dead meat if you kill me. Yang Jian yelled crazily in the air. However, at the next moment, his voice stopped, and he even let out a miserable cry. That was because the blue saber had directly pierced into his body and came out from his back. Poof! Ah! Blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Yang Jian screamed crazily in the air, and his face was distorted. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What? He really killed him. How dare he kill him? At that moment, Pei Yuan, Hui Chen, and the others were full of horror. Even Hui Dao and Xing Tian were shocked. Damn it, are you trash? Kill him! Yang Jian roared crazily. Those people in the third hall recovered from the shock and gasped. Young Master Yang. At that moment, one of them could not help but rush forward. He was also a young genius in the third hall. His body swayed and rushed into the air. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down in an attempt to save Yang Jian. Bang! Poof! However, at the next moment, his body was split in half from the middle. His body fell to the ground. Lin Xian slowly lowered the saber in his hand. His cold voice sounded. Whoever wants to be Yang Jian's accomplice, step forward. He was killed with a single slash. Everyone was stunned again. That's a young expert. He's very powerful. Although he's not as powerful as Yang Jian and the others, he's still terrifying. He was killed with a single slash. They could not believe it. Chapter 2383. Heavens! Why is the Temple Master so powerful? That slash had stunned the people from the 3 halls. Yang Jian's pupils constricted, and he screamed, Damn you, brat! You've been hiding your strength. He realized that Lin Xian was much more powerful than when he had fought with him previously. This caused his heart to turn cold. He felt that it might be a trap for him. In the next moment, he screamed, Let me go if you dare. I want to fight you one-on-one. I can kill you with 1 slap. Poof! Ah! However, Lin Xian ignored him. He took out another golden long saber and stabbed it into Yang Jian's body. The third purple long saber was also stabbed into Yang Jian's body. There were 3 sabers stabbed into Yang Jian's body, and his blood stained the ground. This scene shocked everyone. They didn't dare to believe it. Pei Yuan, Xiaohui, Hui Chen, and the others were also shocked. They did not expect the new temple master to be so ruthless. Ah, damn you, brat. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The The punishment of 3 slashes was over. Next would be 6 lashes. At this point, he waved his hand and countless lightning bolts gathered in his hand, forming a lightning whip. Crack! The lightning whip lashed out, lashing out at Yang Jian's body. His skin and flesh were torn open, and even his bones were exposed. Yang Jian's body was surrounded by lightning, and the pain almost made him pass out. Ah! Kill him! Kill him! I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Yang Jian roared crazily. However, Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan kept retreating, and their faces were full of fear. What is this? I don't dare to move. Otherwise, they would end up like Yang Jian. However, the people from the 3 halls were furious. They could not stand the fact that their young master was being tortured like this. In an instant, 3 experts rushed out. Let go of our young master. Although they were angry, they were not stupid. They did not dare to attack Lin Xian directly. After all, Lin Xian was the temple master. Thus, they directly charged forward with the intention of saving Yang Jian. As long as they could save Yang Jian, they did not need to care about the rest. However, just as the 3 of them were in midair, Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed the lightning whip in his hand. Poof! 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 The 3 of them were cut in half at the waist. Their bodies were surrounded by countless streaks of lightning. They were charred black and emitted white smoke. The corpse fell to the ground like a clap of thunder, fiercely striking everyone's hearts. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Lin Xian scoffed. Then he waved the lightning whip again and lashed it at Yang Jian. Yang Jian's crazed screams were extremely miserable, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. But no one dared to make a move. The sons of the great halls were extremely shocked. The other martial artists were even more stunned. Although the people from the 3 halls were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, there were still 3 charred corpses in front of them. Very quickly, the 6 lashes were finished. Yang Jian's entire body was charred black, and there was not a single spot on his body that was unharmed. Not only that, but his internal organs were also seriously injured. It could be said that Yang Jian had never suffered such a serious injury since he was young. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Yang Jian's eyes were bloodshot and he was in a daze. He opened his mouth and roared. Every time he spoke, endless black smoke would rise. His entire body was about to be roasted by the lightning. The 3 slashes and 6 whips were all over. Next, it was time to decapitate him. As he spoke, the lightning whip in Lin Xian's hand disappeared. He slowly pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. A sharp aura surged from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. What? Decapitate him? Was he really going to kill Yang Jian? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly in shock. Although Yang Jian was injured by the 3 slashes and 6 whips, his life was not in danger. With a genius like Yang Jian and the treasures in the hands of the 3rd Hall Master, he could recover very quickly. However, decapitation might not be the case. Yang Jian was directly killed. Who in the world could bring bones back to life? Even the great emperors could not do it. If he died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, everyone was stunned when they heard about decapitation. No way, he's really going to do it? Hui Chen and the other hall masters were shocked and could not believe it. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui trembled as if they had seen a devil. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of the 3rd hall master's rage? One had to know that the 3rd hall master was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 hall masters. Moreover, his personality was extremely violent. In addition, there were countless elite powerhouses in the 3 halls. If the 3rd hall master was angry, it would definitely be an unimaginable nightmare. What? Kid, you dare to kill me? You dare to kill me? Yang Jian was also trembling with anger. What kind of joke is this? Who in the entire immortal palace would dare to kill him? This time, Hu Yidao was also stunned. Even Xing Tian could not remain calm. To be honest, he did not expect Lin Xian to really have the intention to kill. To be honest, he was very supportive of Lin Xian's show of power. After all, no one cared much about this new hall master. In fact, they even disdained him. Therefore, he felt that Lin Xian really needed to show his power. The effect of using Yang Jian's Li Wei was also the best. The previous 3 knives and 6 whips had already been effective. Didn't they see that even the hall master's faces were full of fear? However, he did not expect that Lin Xian was unwilling to stop and still wanted to carry out the final execution. How could he know that this was already decided by Lin Xian a long time ago? This Yang Jian was very arrogant and provoked him time and time again. He even wanted to be the deputy hall master. He even wanted to replace him as the hall master. How could Lin Xian tolerate this? If he did not kill Yang Jian today, no one would take him seriously in the future. Therefore, Yang Jian would definitely die. Why are you surprised? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. What you have committed is a capital crime. I have 100 justifiable reasons to kill you. Even if you are killed, the 3rd hall master can't say no. Everyone was terrified. This method is too terrifying. Indeed, if he was killed according to Immortal Palace's rules, no one would be able to find fault with it. However, with the 3rd hall master's personality, even if there was nothing wrong with him, he would still go crazy. They did not dare to imagine how chaotic Immortal Palace would be if Yang Jian was really dead. Whoosh! Lin Xian raised the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand. No, in front. The martial artists in the 3rd hall were stunned. Yang Jian's previous torture had already made them angry and frightened. However, they could still tolerate it. However, it was different now. Yang Jian was actually going to be killed. If Yang Jian was really dead, they would not be able to live either. Therefore, they rushed over crazily. Humph! Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Offending your superiors and collaborating with Yang Jian to rebel. You have all committed a capital crime. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand. Chapter 2384. Lin Xian did not hold back at all with this sword strike. The power of the great dragon sword soul was completely unleashed. Together with the power of the ancient sword, it slashed forward. The martial artists from the 3 halls were all shrouded. Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, and the sky split open in an instant. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, and countless sword chi pierced through the surroundings. The terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spines. At this moment, the disciples of the halls and the surrounding young martial artists were all stunned. Isn't this sword too terrifying? Although it was not aimed at them, the aftershock made their hearts tremble. Damn it! What level had the new temple master reached? They had an unfathomable feeling. After the sword slashed down and the sword chi disappeared, these people were even more stunned. Dozens of elite martial artists and young geniuses from the 3 halls were all killed. What a terrifying sword chi! Everyone was horrified. Yang Jian's pupils constricted. He did not expect Lin Xian's strength to be far beyond his expectations. Thinking of this, a touch of fear appeared in his eyes. No, damn it, you can't kill me. Put me down, or my father will never forgive you. No one can save you, not even your father. Lin Xian's eyes were cold, and the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand slashed forward. No, Yang Jian was terrified, and he screamed crazily. Everyone's eyelids twitched, and they could not believe it. Poof! Blood spurted out, and a head flew up. When the sword came out, the person was killed. What? Killed? He was really killed. Yang Jian was really killed. At this moment, Hui Chen and the other hall masters' hearts beat wildly, and their faces were full of shock. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were even trembling. Although the 2 of them were arrogant before, they were terrified now. The other martial artists in the distance were also shocked, and they looked at Lin Xian in horror. Hui Dao was stunned. Even Xing Tian was in a daze, and he could not believe it. Lin Xian killed Yang Jian. The third hall master would go crazy. Xing Tian opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, Lin Xian withdrew the ancient dragon abyss sword and shouted coldly, "Xing Tian, here!" Xing Tian came to his senses and stepped forward. Lin Xian said with a heavy voice, "Use my orders to inform Immortal Palace that Yang Jinni was plotting a rebellion and was killed by me on the spot." "Yes," Xing Tian said respectfully. The others continued to hunt, and the reward for the first place remained unchanged. Whoosh! The others hurriedly left and flew in all directions. They were not keen on hunting, but wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The reason for that was because the atmosphere there was simply too oppressive. Lin Xian's terrifying aura and pressure made it hard for them to breathe. This was especially true for Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who immediately ran away. What kind of joke was this? Even Yang Jian had been killed. If they dared to act presumptuously, they would most likely be killed with a single slash. The others were also terrified, but the 500 people that Lin Xian had subdued were incomparably excited. They clenched their fists. Great! Originally, they were still feeling indignant for the hall master, thinking that he was too tolerant. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The new palace master's strength and decisiveness had far exceeded their expectations. If they followed such a person, they would definitely become outstanding in the future. Hui Dao also walked over. He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of awe in his eyes. "Young master, Yang Jian's corpse? What's the use of a traitor's corpse?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Just leave it here." Lin Xian glanced at him and then no longer paid attention to him. "Why? Don't you want to be the first place? Hurry up and go hunting." Lin Xian waved his hand. "Yes." Hui Dao cupped his fists, then flew into the sky and flew into the distance. This kid was so satisfying. Damn it, he had been unhappy with this guy for a long time. Getting rid of him was really too satisfying. The crimson dragon at the side waved its dragon claws and said fiercely, "If you didn't do it, I would have done it long ago. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? How dare he behave so atrociously above us?" Xing Tian's eyelids were also twitching wildly. However, his face was still full of worry. Although we have shown our power, we have completely offended the third hall master. So what? Lin Xian said indifferently. He had offended the third hall master and completely subdued the entire Immortal Palace. It was not a loss for him. Besides, he was the master of Immortal Palace. How could he be humiliated like this? Would the previous old hall master be provoked like this? Would he tolerate such a thing? Xing Tian stopped talking. What a joke! Who dared to provoke him? Even the 6 guardians had to be respectful. If they were to jump up and down like Yang Jian, they would have been slapped to death. Now he did not say anything. Since things had already happened, he would think of a countermeasure. After all, he was sent by the previous old hall master to protect Lin Xian. And now he could see that this new young master was very powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also one of the top existences in the younger generation. His temperament and means were also extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, he was also a master who would not be bullied. Thinking of this, Xing Tian felt a little excited. Lin Xian was still very young, but he was already so powerful. If he grew up in the future, he might dominate the world like the previous old hall master. Lin Xian did not participate in what happened next. He floated in the void and looked into the distance. Behind him were the Crimson Dragon and Xing Tian. Soon, the afterglow of the setting sun arrived. In the end, Hui Dao was the one who won. Hui Chen and the other sons of the hall masters were not interested at all. They kept thinking about what happened to Yang Jian, and some of them even wanted to run away. They wished that time would pass faster. Therefore, they did not hunt at all. The people of the other halls were also preoccupied. Therefore, the ones who really hunted were the 500 people recruited by Lin Xian and Hui Dao. Of course, Hui Dao was the most powerful among them. Looking at the piles of demonic beast corpses, Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that these people were indeed very powerful. They were indeed the young talents of a mortal palace. What made him even more satisfied was the attitude of these people. These people looked at him with a trace of awe and fear in their eyes. This was the effect he wanted. Otherwise, as the Hall Master, how could he lead the heroes in the future? Ruzalong, pick a few that you like and bring them back for you to barbecue. Well, Ben Huang will not stand on ceremony. The Crimson Dragon grinned and glanced at the corpses of the demonic beasts. He picked a few delicious ones and carried them over. Okay, let's go back. In addition to the first place, the second and third place will also be rewarded. The rest of you should cultivate well. I will not treat you unfairly. Lin Xian's words were directed at the 500 people. Thank you, Hall Master. The 500 people were excited. Next, Lin Xian and the others left Shisha Mountain and returned. Hui Dao and the 500 people went back with him. Ho Yi Chen, Pei Yuan, and the others did not go in at all. Instead, they returned to their respective halls. Chapter 2385. Yang Jian's corpse was also taken away. After all, such a big thing had happened. They had to go back and report it quickly, because they felt that the matter was definitely serious. It would probably cause a huge commotion in Immortal Palace. With the third Hall Master's personality, he would definitely be furious that his son was killed. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the others returned, Xing Tian issued a decree that spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. When this news spread, the entire Immortal Palace was in an uproar. They didn't even dare to believe this news. What was going on? Yang Jian rebelled? He was killed. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, right? Although Yang Jian was arrogant, he shouldn't have rebelled, right? Who dared to kill him? The new palace master? Heavens! Are they going to go against the third Hall Master? Why do I feel that this news isn't true? Discussions could be heard one after another. However, when the cultivators from the various halls, Ho Yi Chen, and the other Hall Master's sons returned and passed the news to each other, this matter was finally confirmed. Everyone was stunned. They knew that the matter was probably going to be serious. Sure enough, when the people from the third hall heard the news, they immediately went berserk. To be honest, they didn't believe it at first. What kind of joke was this? Yang Jian was their third Hall Master's son. Who dared to offend him? Not to mention killing him. However, when Yang Jian's corpse was carried back, the people from the third hall were all stunned. Their eyeballs almost popped out. How is this possible? How could someone dare to kill Yang Jian? Could it be that they didn't want to live anymore? After the third Hall Master received the news, he even came out of the secret chamber. Originally, he was in seclusion, preparing to cultivate and break through. But now, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate at all. How could he accept the fact that his own son had been killed? Boom! Speak, what happened? Who killed my son? The third Hall Master roared, crazily like a lion. He was a tall man to begin with. At this moment, he was really like a demon king. Yes, the young cultivators under him trembled and began to narrate the entire incident. When the third Hall Master and the surrounding people heard that Yang Jian had been slashed 6 times and beheaded, they were all shocked, especially the third Hall Master. With a furious roar, the entire hall exploded. This was too much. How dare he kill my son? I must kill him personally, no matter who he was. The third Hall Master had really gone crazy. A brat who had just been promoted actually dared to make a move on him? How reckless! The elders beside him hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Hall Master! Although that brat is detestable, he is still the Hall Master. We cannot be impulsive. They frantically tried to dissuade him. Indeed, Yang Jian was judged to have rebelled and was killed. If the 3 halls directly charged into the Stellar Hall, they would probably be taken down on the spot. I don't care what kind of palace master he is. How could a brat like him have the qualifications to be my immortal palace's master? I want to see what kind of monster he is. The third hall master completely ignored him. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Everyone listened to my orders. Yes, attack the starry hall. Kill, kill, kill. An earth-shattering sound rang out as waves of murderous aura soared into the sky. From the looks of it, these people were really prepared to go all out. Boom! However, at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, and an enormous aura pressed down like 100,000 mountains. It shattered all of the murderous aura, enveloping everyone's hearts. Sensing this terrifying aura, the expressions of the people in the 3 halls changed, and they all raised their heads towards the sky. Even the 3rd hall master's face sunk, coldly shouting, "Who is it? You actually dare to behave atrociously in my territory? Yang Guang, receive the decree." An ice-cold voice sounded, carrying with it an unmatched pressure. Hearing this voice, the 3rd hall master's expression finally changed. Great Law Protector. What was the Great Law Protector doing here at this time? It was definitely not something good. You want to defy the decree? The Great Law Protector descended in midair. He was an elder, and right now he was holding a golden scroll in his hand that released 10,000 streaks of radiance. I don't dare. Yang Guang, receive the decree. The 3rd hall master knelt on one knee, kneeling on the ground. The surrounding people in the 3 halls also knelt on one knee, looking extremely respectful. Under the old hall master's orders, Immortal Palace's members were not allowed to cause trouble, and they were not allowed to disobey their superiors. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. When he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from the Great Law Protector's body, engulfing the 9 heavens. The Great Law Protector was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation had reached the Invincible King level. At this moment, the invincible pressure was released, and the people in the 3 halls below trembled. What? Hearing this, the people below were shocked, but they didn't dare to raise their heads at all. Yang Guang suddenly raised his head, and his expression became incomparably unsightly. You are not allowed to wantonly cause trouble, and you are not allowed to defy your superiors. Although it said that he was a member of Immortal Palace, it was clearly for him. Moreover, this was personally issued by the Old Palace Master. He knew how powerful the Old Palace Master was. In front of him, even invincible kings were not enough. It could be said that he had reached a level that shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. If he dared to resist and angered the Old Palace Master, he would probably be slapped to death. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, Yang Guang received the decree. Seeing this scene, the Great Law Protector put away the golden decree, and then said in a deep voice, "The new Palace Master was personally chosen by the Old Palace Master, so don't make a mistake. I hope you know what's good for you." After saying this, the Great Law Protector's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void. Then the unparalleled pressure disappeared as well. Feeling the disappearance of the pressure, the martial artists in the 3 halls below all heaved a sigh of relief. It couldn't be helped. The aura of an invincible king was too terrifying. They couldn't bear it at all. Yang Guang's expression was incomparably ugly. A few elders surrounded him and quickly said, "Hall Master, what should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? Do you think we still have a chance to resist?" The 3rd hall master's face was ashen. However, soon after, he clenched his fists, and his square face became incomparably ferocious. "Damn it, I can't take this lying down. Although the Old Palace Master is protecting him, I don't believe that he can protect him forever. Seclusion. From now on, don't disturb me. I won't come out of seclusion until I become an invincible king." Yang Guang gritted his teeth. He was already an 8-star peak king, and he was very close to becoming an invincible king. However, it was also very difficult to break through. However, this time he decided to enter seclusion, because only by becoming an invincible king would he have a chance to take revenge. Rumble. Yang Guang entered the ground and used the earth spirit vein to enter seclusion. Although the people in the three halls were also angry, they became incomparably low-key. There was no other way. This decree was obviously targeted at them. If they dared to cause trouble, they would probably be killed very soon. Therefore, everything could only wait for their hall master to come out of seclusion before making a new plan. The Great Law Protector's decree was not only issued to the third hall master, but also spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. For a time, everyone in Immortal Palace was shocked. Chapter 2386. They didn't expect the old temple master to make a move at this time. Moreover, he stood firmly on Lin Xian's side. This made them realize that the new temple master's position was probably unshakable. The hall masters of the other halls had gloomy looks in their eyes. Then, they quickly warned their subordinates not to cause trouble. They couldn't afford to offend him, but they could still hide. At most, they would carry out their own missions and ignore him. Pei Yuan, Hui Chen, and the other hall master's sons also felt their scalps tingle with fear. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, especially, felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell, a matter that shocked Immortal Palace quickly calmed down. The speed at which it calmed down was shocking. They couldn't believe it. Starry Hall, Hu Yidao, Xing Tian, and the others also took a deep breath when they heard the news. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This matter was similar to what he had guessed. It seemed that his position as temple master was stable. Of course, no one rebelled, but it didn't mean that he was free of trouble. Most likely, those people still obeyed his orders on the surface, but disobeyed them on the surface. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He would take it slow. He believed that one day, the entire Immortal Palace would submit to him. It was time to move on to the next step. Lin Xian stood up and his eyes flickered. Xing Tian gave him a list of 3 geniuses. Hu Yidao, one of them, had already been subdued by him. He was going to meet the remaining 2 now. There were green mountains and clear waters, and it was quiet everywhere. A beautiful figure was strolling in the forest as if she had walked out of a painting. It was a woman with a beautiful face wearing a long aqua-green dress. There were terrifying monster kings around, but they were crawling on the ground and didn't dare to move forward at all, as if they were afraid of the aqua-green woman. However, after walking for a while, the beautiful woman stopped in her tracks. She frowned. That was because a figure appeared in front of her. "It's you." The beautiful woman frowned because she recognized the figure in front of her. It was the new temple master of Immortal Palace. She didn't care about him before, but after the incident with Yang Jian, she specially found information about the new temple master. There was a portrait of him in the information, so she could recognize him at a glance. "Peacock, come with me." The person in front of her was Lin Xian. He looked at the beautiful woman and said indifferently, "Go with you? Just based on the fact that you killed Yang Jian, this is not enough." Peacock shook her head. "Defeat me, and I'll go with you." "Okay, make your move," Lin Xian said calmly. Although he knew that Peacock was powerful, he was not afraid. "Wang." Peacock waved her jade-like hands, and the wind and clouds changed. A green palm slapped over, like the overturning sky seal, pressing down from the sky. The space around Lin Xian froze in an instant. Clearly, this was an ultimate technique. It seemed like the other party knew that he wasn't weak, so he used a powerful ultimate skill right from the start. Wang. Facing the giant green palm, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and black flames surged out and danced. Whoosh! The energy palm above was burned to ashes. "Show me your true strength. Let me see how powerful the legendary peacock is," Lin Xian said coldly. "You'll see." Although the attack was broken, Peacock wasn't surprised. She knew that the other party must be powerful to be able to become the temple master. However, she had absolute confidence in herself. In the next moment, she formed a seal with her palms, and a green light appeared behind her back, and the shadow of a peacock appeared. The beautiful tail slowly spread out. It was as beautiful as a celestial fan. Whoa. However, this beauty contained an unparalleled killing intent. Peacock spreading its tail. With an angry roar, the huge tail swept out, and the black spots on it were like eyes very dreamy. Whoa. In the sky, countless black rays of light flew out like bolts of lightning. They charged towards where Lin Xian was. The void shattered in an instant, and the terrifying aura between heaven and earth made people tremble. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't dare to be careless. He could tell that the attack was very terrifying. Therefore, in the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. Whoosh! He swung his sword. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of an intense collision was heard. Soon, all the black lightning in the sky was shattered. Lin Xian's body flickered, and he charged over with the ancient sword in his hand. On the other side, Peacock snorted coldly, and a green fan appeared in her hand. She kept waving it and fighting. Both of them were young prodigies, and their battle was very terrifying. The area within tens of thousands of miles was enveloped by the storm. Roars sounded, and the powerful monster kings all prostrated on the ground, trembling. On the 100th move, Peacock's eyes suddenly burst out with a green light. It was extremely cold, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The shadow of the peacock behind him also spread its tail and swept over. The green light swept out, and a shocking, murderous aura attacked. Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. He felt that his life was in danger. Therefore, in the next moment, his body flickered, and he instantly disappeared. As expected, as soon as he left, the void melted, and nothing could withstand the green light. How terrifying! The shadow of the peacock was strange. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that it was not just the king's domain, but also seemed to contain a trace of bloodline power. You guessed right. My ancestor is Mahamayuri, so I have Mahamayuri's bloodline power in my body. Peacock said in a delicate voice. So, it's not that easy to defeat me. Mahamayuri. Legend has it that he was a very terrifying monster king. No wonder. Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the shadow of the peacock was so terrifying. Humph. Peacock formed another seal with her palms. Boom! An even more violent force descended from the sky. Obviously, she had activated the power of her bloodline. The shadow behind her seemed to have come to life, and it spread its wings and flew. A green light swept through the entire world. Even the entire sky was dyed green. Peacock's divine light. This was a secret technique of the peacock race, and it was activated with the power of the bloodline. It was extremely terrifying when it was used at this moment. Even if a peerless powerhouse saw it, their hearts would beat wildly, not daring to face it head-on. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He had to admit that the woman in front of him was too powerful. She was not inferior to Hui Dao at all. Moreover, she also had the power of the bloodline, which was even more terrifying. Boom! 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 Those monster kings who were swept by the green light suddenly exploded, and they turned into a bloody mist that surged in the sky. Nothing could withstand this light. Among them, more light swept toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he quickly dodged. However, the light seemed to have locked onto him, and it followed him closely. Whoosh! The ancient dragon abyss sword was swung, and a shocking sound was heard. The long sword cut off a large piece of green light, but the entire world seemed to be completely enveloped. It formed a cage that gradually trapped Lin Xian. Chapter 2387. You can escape. Although you're the palace master, I won't show you any mercy. Peacock's face was unusually cold and emotionless. Her green eyes once again emitted a shocking light. Is that so? Can't escape? You're making a judgment too early. The show has just begun. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He smiled. Then, the sword aura on his body exploded and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying sword aura rushed out and slashed in all directions. It collided with the green light that filled the sky. Suddenly, heaven and earth boiled and huge cracks appeared in the sky. The sword aura was several times stronger than before. On the opposite side, Peacock frowned when she felt the biting cold sword aura. She didn't expect him to have hidden his strength. However, she didn't think that he could resist her bloodline power. After all, he had the bloodline of Mahamiri. In front of her, the sword aura rolled like an ocean and swept across the sky. The green light scattered endlessly. Peacock's shadow fluttered in the wind, and its terrifying tail kept swaying. Their attacks continued to collide in the sky, causing the entire sky to shatter. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The terrifying sword aura exploded again. Boom! The green light was cut in half by the sword, and the sharp sword aura slashed towards Peacock. What? He became stronger again. Peacock's expression finally changed when she felt the change. Her body kept swaying. At the same time, the shadow behind her was also emitting light. Finally, it blocked the sword aura that filled the sky. However, her expression was extremely solemn. She didn't expect the opponent's attack to be stronger than hers. It seemed that she had to use that move. She knew that the opponent was very strong, so she had to use a stronger trump card. The shadow behind her swayed its tail. There were thousands of black spots on it that looked like eyes. At this moment, there were even more mysterious runes that were flickering nonstop like a mysterious eye. Thousand Demon Eye. Peacock's palm kept forming seals. The black spots turned into the Demon King's eye and spun in the sky, emitting a mysterious power. This is a soul attack. You can't block it. Peacock's voice was cold. Indeed, this was one of her great divine powers. It was a very powerful eye technique attack. Perhaps even a peerless almighty would not dare to resist this eye technique of his. You want to compete with me in eye techniques? Lin Xian smiled because if he wanted to resist a physical attack, he would need to use some strength. After all, the opponent's bloodline power was very powerful. However, if they were to compete in eye techniques, he could determine the winner in an instant. As expected, a golden glow appeared in Lin Xian's eyes in the next moment. Then he quickly activated his heavenly secret god eyes, forming a golden vortex to resist the 1,000 demon eyes. What? How could this be? Peacock's eyelids twitched. Then a great dragon's heart. Not only that Peacock, soul god, but it's also God T-damn-it. He heavenly eyes. Heavenly eyes. Divine, heavenly, the heavenly divine. I was a very powerful eye technique. Although the heavenly I was powerful, it was no match for the heavenly divine eye. Uft! Peacock took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Her heavenly eye also disappeared quickly. On the other side, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes dimmed and then returned to normal. You've lost, he said in a deep voice. Peacock wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and was unwilling to admit defeat. What is your eye technique? Damn it, I can't accept this. You just happened to counter me. Very well, I'll give you one more chance to attack. Lin Xian was not angry, nor did he care, because even if he did not use his eye technique, he could still defeat her. Hearing this, Peacock quickly swallowed 2 black pills to stop the damage to her soul and heal it. Then she took a deep breath and pushed all the power in her body to the limit. The shadow behind her became more solid, as if it was a real divine beast. Boom! Then both of them launched a fierce attack. The terrifying light lit up the entire sky. Boom! A loud dragon roar came from Lin Xian's body. The sword aura in the sky turned into a giant dragon and fought with the shadow of Peacock. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Dragon! Peacock was shocked and could not believe it. She felt an immense pressure from the dragon-shaped phantom. Even the shadow behind him began to tremble. In the end, the shadow of Peacock was suppressed by the real dragon. Peacock's face was pale. "I've lost." Peacock sighed. She realized that she could not defeat her opponent, be it soul attack or physical attack. However, she admitted defeat wholeheartedly, because her opponent's strength was too strong. There was no luck at all. "Don't worry, you won't regret following me." Lin Xian smiled. Finally, he had subdued another powerful fighter. Peacock's strength could be said to be very strong. Thinking of this, he smiled happily. Now, there was only one prodigy left. Ghostly, an extremely terrifying king of assassins. Lin Xian brought Peacock back to the Starry Palace. Then he adjusted his body to its peak and set off again. This time, he must subdue the last prodigy. When Lin Xian arrived at the place given to him by the Star Pagoda, he frowned, because he realized that there was no one around. However, he wasn't impatient because Xing Tian had given him 3 places to stay. These 3 places were the places where Ghostly often appeared. Since he was not here, he should be able to find him in the other 2 places. Sure enough, Lin Xian found him in the 3rd place. However, Lin Xian did not see him. When he stepped into the 3rd place, goosebumps appeared all over his body. A faintly discernible killing intent locked onto him. Buzz! Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Xian. The sharp dagger in his hand slashed down quickly. Whoosh! Lin Xian's muscles all stiffened. With a boom, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated wildly. A terrifying power surged out. There was an intense collision. Bam! The figure quickly retreated and disappeared into the sky at the same time. How terrifying! He was not weaker than the assassins from hell. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lin Xian felt that this malicious spirit was extremely terrifying. The other party's assassination and concealment skills were very impressive. However, he had a way to see him. Sure enough, in the next moment, the prodigy activated his remarkable ability. Golden light surrounded him in all directions. Soon, he saw a faint figure appear in front of him. Found him. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that regardless of whether it was hell or ghostly, their assassination skills could be found under the heavenly secret god eyes. Chapter 2388. In the next moment, Lin Xian decisively made his move. One slash. Countless rays of light shone, and then turned into an earth-shattering force, spreading forward. These sword qi formed a fan shape, completely sealing off the area where Ghostly was. Boom! Ghostly was also shocked. He did not expect the other party to be able to lock onto him in an instant. He felt the space around him instantly solidify, as if there was an ancient, demonic mountain pressing down on him from the sky, with an incomparably sharp aura. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body swayed and suddenly exploded, tearing the void apart. He quickly dodged, avoiding this terrifying sword wave. However, Lin Xian's second slash still came. A large black crack appeared in the sky, as if lightning was descending, and the terrifying sword light once again enveloped him. Humph! Ghostly snorted coldly. He did not expect the other party to be able to discover him again and again. This time he was surprised again. But so what? Even if he did not hide, his strength was still very terrifying. As expected, in the next moment he waved the black dagger in his hand and shot out rays of black light that slid across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided, like thunder from the 9th heaven. The sound pierced through the void, and the space around them was torn apart, and the entire ground was shaking rapidly. What a powerful attack! After that attack, Ghostly was even more shocked, because he realized that the other party's attack was too sharp, even more terrifying than him, the king of assassins. What a terrifying sword qi! What a terrifying swordsmanship! Ghostly's expression was solemn, but he did not admit defeat. White bone banner. Whoosh! In an instant, the world changed, and the scenery around them changed instantly. The entire space was as dark as ink. White bones were everywhere, and a terrifying, murderous aura shot into the sky. For a moment, it was as if they had come to the world of the ghost Tao. Ghostly was not only a terrifying assassin, but also a terrifying ghost cultivator. At this moment, when he used the white bone banner, it was earth-shattering. Countless evil spirits charged towards Lin Xian and instantly enveloped him. Lin Xian's body exploded with an earth-shattering force, and the terrifying sword wave swept in all directions, destroying all the darkness. Whoosh! But at this moment, a sharp light pierced towards his back. The terrifying aura, even Lin Xian's expression changed. Assassination techniques. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Ghostly to make a move at this time. Boom! A gigantic goddess of ice appeared on his body. The terrifying power of ice spread out in all directions, freezing everything. As expected, Ghost Li's figure slowed down, and his body was covered in frost. He was about to be frozen. Seeing that his assassination had failed, Ghostly roared and retreated again. In the next moment, he waved the white bone banner again. Endless resentful spirits roared, and the terrifying ghostly shadows made people's souls tremble. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by an icy aura. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed forward. At this moment, he erupted with unparalleled combat strength. With a sweep of his sword, a large number of vengeful spirits were annihilated. Not only that, Lin Xian also used the demigods and semi-devils, his speed reaching the extreme as he charged towards Ghostly. Ghostly relied on his movement technique to move, but the demigods and semi-devils were truly miraculous. Finally, Lin Xian found an opportunity. He stretched out his left hand, and endless ice condensed into an ice scepter that flickered in the sky. Instantly, thousands of miles were frozen. Ghostly was also frozen. Although it was only for an instant, it was fatal to him. Buzz! In the next moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down mercilessly. Pung! Ghostly raised the dagger in his hand and the white bone banner to block. With a clang, he was forced back a few thousand meters, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood in his body churned nonstop. This sword had directly injured him. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked coldly. Humph, I haven't lost yet. Ghostly gritted his teeth and waved the white bone banner again. At the same time, his king's domain rushed out, covering the entire sky. Buzz! Cold winds blew in all directions, and countless vengeful spirits crawled out. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, and many white bone creatures emerged. Endless resentful spirits circled in the air, and it was all very terrifying. Poof! Ghostly aura filled the sky, and the terrifying army of vengeful spirits quickly charged over. Some even spat out poisonous fog, and the entire space was dark. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if millions of resentful spirits were moving out, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the destruction sword formation spread out. Streaks of blood-red sword chi rushed up, turning into a sea of blood in the air, roaring in all directions. Boom! Boom! The sea of blood and the mountain of corpses collided, and a shocking rainbow erupted. The scene between heaven and earth was tragic. At the same time, Lin Xian's fingers kept forming seals, and the hell's ice lotus quickly flew out, spreading in all directions. At the same time, he also shot out black fire dragons, roaring in all directions. The flames roared and the ice spread, slaughtering millions of resentful spirits. It's useless. My flames completely restrained you, Lin Xian said coldly. On the other side, Ghost Li's face was gloomy. He could see that it was true. If this continued, his white bone banner would probably be destroyed. So in the next moment, he snorted and did not attack. The white bone banner also quickly entered his body. Not fighting anymore? Lin Xian asked. On the other side, Ghostly said coldly. There's one last attack. If you can take it, I'll admit defeat." As he said that, his domain rolled quickly, and endless black gas spread out. Then a black dagger appeared in midair, wrapped in endless black gas. Shadow Blade. This was not a real weapon, but a strange world of death that Ghostly connected to through his own secret technique and domain. It was summoned from inside. Although it was an illusion, it was extremely terrifying. Buzz. In the next moment, Ghostly held the Shadow Blade. The murderous aura on his body suddenly erupted, and it was several times stronger than before. Buzz. With a swing of the blade, a terrifying light swept forward. This attack was too terrifying, especially the murderous aura contained in it. It could definitely make an almighty collapse in an instant. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to take it head-on. Not only that, as the Shadow Blade was swung, a terrifying crack appeared in the void. What was even stranger was that there was actually blood flowing out from the crack. It was extremely strange. An illusion attack? Lin Xian was surprised. He was very familiar with this, because his great dragon sword soul was like this. It was just a sword shadow, but its power was much more terrifying than a real weapon. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and the great dragon sword soul in his body rushed out. In front of him, it condensed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow. He grabbed it with one hand. It slashed forward. The biting cold sword light roared like an angry dragon, colliding with the terrifying black light in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Energy exploded. The collision between the two was destructive. However, cracks appeared on the black light wave emitted by the Shadow Blade. Then it cracked and turned into endless ghost chi. What? It was broken. How could it be? Ghostly was shocked when he saw the scene. Puff! He quickly retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. No, he really did not dare to believe it. This was a powerful attack summoned from the world of death. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty might not be able to resist it. However, the opponent's sword shadow directly shattered his attack. What was that sword shadow? Chapter 2389. What is that sword shadow? It doesn't seem to be a physical weapon. Could it be the same type as my Shadow Blade? He didn't expect that the other party would have a divine ability cultivation method similar to his. More importantly, the strength of the other party's phantom was much stronger than his. The aura emitted from it made him feel suffocated. In the next moment, Ghostly took a deep breath and didn't attack again. Instead, he knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Temple Master." He had long recognized the other party. It was just that he was not convinced before. Now that he had been defeated by Lin Xian, he was convinced of his loss and was naturally willing to submit. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. He knew that he had already subdued Ghostly. At this point, the three great experts that Xing Tian had given him had all been subdued. Of course, there were countless geniuses and powerhouses in Immortal Palace. The rest still needed to be subdued, slowly. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and left with Ghostly. In the following days, he lived in seclusion. In addition to continuing to understand Immortal Palace, he began to use Immortal Palace's resources to cultivate Immortal Palace's cultivation methods. As for Xing Tian, Hui Dao, and the others, they were in charge of training the 500 young martial artists that he had subdued. Of course, there were also big and small matters in Immortal Palace that required Lin Xian's help. However, Lin Xian only needed to make the decision. As for the specific matters, of course, it was up to his subordinates to do it. Young Master, according to the news from below, the Great Xia Dynasty has discovered an ancient tomb. It seems to be an ancient tomb passed down by a saint, and it has caused a sensation in the entire Zhongzhou. Not only that, but the Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, and Northern Plains sacred grounds have also sent out powerhouses. They're all here? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the tomb of a saint to appear in Zhongzhou. Indeed, many of them had come. Moreover, the recent news of the nest of 10,000 dragons in Zhongzhou had attracted the attention of those sacred grounds and great sections. Even the clan of the ancients had come. "Young master, should we go and take a look?" Xing Tian asked. "Of course. The saint's tomb is full of good stuff. Also, I want to meet these sacred grounds and great sects. Go and get ready and gather some people." "That's right, the black demon ship should be more or less repaired," Lin Xian asked. When he became the palace lord, he handed the black demon ship over to Immortal Palace and had the people inside repair it. After all, the black demon ship was a pseudo-heaven step artifact. It had already been repaired. Furthermore, its might had also been increased. Okay, it seemed that it was time to show off. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. In the next few days, Xing Tian began his preparations. He had to go. Among them, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly were also tagging along. Out of the remaining 500 people, he picked 100 elites. Apart from this, there were a few attendants and elders from Immortal Palace, all of them older generation figures. There weren't many deacons, only a few dozen, and only 3 elders. There were only 200 people in total, which was indeed not a lot. But every one of them was an elite. Moreover, they were only going to check out the situation first. If they were really going to enter the great saint's tomb or encounter other dangers, they would have to leave. They could transfer people at any time. After all, they also had branches in the Grand Xia Empire. Whoosh! Lin Xian stood in front of a treasure vault. In front of him were 2 golden doors, exuding a barbaric aura. He pushed it open and entered. Rays of dazzling light were emitted from inside. It was full of treasures. This was Immortal Palace's treasure vault, and it was one of them. Lin Xian could use all the resources inside, but he wouldn't use all of them. After all the experts in Immortal Palace needed the resources inside. Lin Xian took some divine crystals and some materials. Among them, he took a few formations that had already been set up. The remaining materials were handed over to the Crimson Dragon. During this period, the Crimson Dragon had not been idle. Ever since it obtained Immortal Palace's treasure vault, it had been excited. It had read a lot of ancient books inside. They were all related to formations, which could be used to improve its attainments in formations. The formations that it created now were much more powerful than before. Lin Xian had not stopped cultivating during this period. In addition to Immortal Palace's resources, his cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now he had reached the peak of the early 7-star stage. In addition to the materials and formations, he also took 2 spatial scrolls. This was equivalent to a small, spatial teleportation formation. It could shatter the void and bring them out of danger. Finally, Lin Xian took a cultivation method and planned to study it when he was free. This was a heaven-tier cultivation method called the 5-element sword. It could be cultivated with 5 types of sword qi, which could be switched at will. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive, and its power was also very terrifying. After taking the 5-element sword, Lin Xian left Immortal Palace's treasure vault. In addition, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly, as well as the 100 selected warriors, also used their contribution points to exchange for resources in the treasury. 2 days later, they set off. In the sky, a black ship floated. It was incomparably dark, as if it had crossed time and space from the demon realm. This was the Black Demon ship, and it was a modified one. Not only were the damaged parts repaired, but its power was also more terrifying than before. Its appearance had also changed. It was more majestic than before, and there were even runes of Immortal Palace on it. "Let's go." Lin Xian's body swayed, and he took the lead to soar into the sky. Behind him were Xing Tian and the Crimson Dragon. Behind them were Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly. There were also 3 elders and a few dozen deacons. Apart from them, there were the 100 young warriors. They did not expect to be able to explore the ancient tomb with the palace master this time. They were very excited. As for the remaining 400 people who were not selected, They worked even harder to cultivate so that they could be selected in the next round. The Black Demon ship was very big and luxurious. There were all kinds of palaces, secret cultivation rooms, and places for sightseeing. Therefore, even if they had to fly for a month or two, they would not feel bored. Moreover, these people were ready to go into seclusion almost as soon as they boarded, cultivating and improving their cultivation strength. Xing Tian, remind me when we reach 9 Li Dynasty. I have some things to do. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Yes. Xing Tian nodded. Lin Xian entered the room, set up a formation, and then sat down with his legs crossed. He slowly opened the jade scroll and began to study the 5-element sword. Lin Xian only had the 3 attributes of ice, fire, and lightning. He did not have the water, earth, or wood attributes. However, that was not a problem. His great dragon sword soul could simulate the attributes of the 5 elements instantly, so he did not have to worry about that. Next, he began to carefully comprehend this 5-element sword. The Crimson Dragon God was in another room, studying his formation. He had a lot of materials now, so he could study all kinds of movement techniques. Chapter 2390. On the other side, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly were also cultivating in seclusion. The 100 people on the ship were assigned different tasks. Some were in charge of guarding, some were in charge of maintaining order, and some were in charge of scouting the surroundings. Apart from that, there were also some servants with low cultivation bases on the ship. They were in charge of cleaning, cooking, and so on. The 3 elders and the deacons began to study the various information they had obtained. After all, this time, not only the Immortal Palace, but many peerless sects and sacred grounds had also come. Moreover, not only Zhongzhou, but the powerhouses from the eastern wilderness, western desert, southern ridge, and northern plains had also come. It could be said that this was a flourishing period. However, the competition would probably be extremely intense. After about 10 days, Xing Tian came over and said in a deep voice, "Young master, we've arrived at the 9 Li Dynasty." Hearing that, Lin Xian put away the jade slip, stood up, and walked out of the door. Then he went to the deck and looked down. He was finally back. A few months ago, he was chased by countless people from here and engaged in an intense battle. If he did not have so many trump cards, he would have been killed long ago. Now that he was back, he naturally wanted to take revenge. The governor's mansion, the Tang family, the Tai dynasty, and the war tribe, he would not let any of them off. However, he had to deal with the people from the Tang family and the governor's mansion first. Go to the governor's mansion first, Lin Xian ordered. Soon, these people turned the ship around and sailed in the direction of the governor's mansion. Qianshan City. The incident last time had gradually subsided, and Qianshan City had returned to normal. However, on this day, a huge spirit ship appeared above Qianshan City. It slowly descended like a dark cloud, projecting below. Soon, countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky, exclaiming in surprise. That was because the aura on the black ship was so terrifying that they could not breathe. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the governor's mansion. Immediately, a few powerhouses from the governor's mansion rushed up. That was because they did not know who the other party was and why they had come to Qianshan City. Therefore, they had to find out. Because of the incident with young Master Qianshan, they did not dare to be careless anymore. Just as they were about to snort coldly, the shadow of a black palm descended from the sky. It was like a huge palm that covered the sky, slapping down fiercely. No, below, a few city, Lord's Mansion cultivators roared crazily. They all fled. They didn't expect that the other party would launch a direct attack right from the start. What was he up to this time? Starting a war with the city, Lord's Mansion? Who was it? How could he be so bold? Boom! Several martial artists wanted to escape, but they could not escape at all. Under this tremendous force, their bodies split apart and turned into a bloody mist. That enormous black palm blasted towards the city, Lord's Mansion, with an even more ferocious attitude. Heavens, what happened? Everyone in Qianshan City was shocked when they saw this. The weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground by this aura, while the stronger ones turned pale and their bodies trembled. Someone actually dared to make a move on the city, Lord's Mansion? This was too shocking. The warriors in the city, Lord's Mansion, also came out one after another. They could feel a powerful aura descending towards them. Soon, they raised their heads, and when they saw the huge hand that covered the sky, their pupils shrank. Quick! Activate the defensive formation. The city Lord's Mansion's array formation lit up, and rays of light shot into the sky. The protective formation appeared, completely enveloping the entire city, Lord's Mansion. This formation emitted a bright light, forming the most powerful defense. Clang! The black hand that covered the sky collided with the formation, causing a thunderous collision. The surrounding void cracked open, and lightning from the ninth heaven descended, bombarding all directions. All the martial artists in the city were knocked to the ground. This scene was truly too terrifying. Damn it, who was it? Those martial artists in the city, Lord's Mansion, also felt the world shaking, and their faces were gloomy. However, in the next moment, they screamed because cracks had appeared on their protective formation. And more. Ka! The sound of shattering rang out, and then more than half of the formation cracked and shattered. The terrifying palm slapped down again. Inside the city Lord's Mansion, the ground cracked open, and the buildings were reduced to ashes. Countless martial artists turned into a bloody mist. This attack directly smashed half of the city, Lord's Mansion. Screams sounded one after another, and a huge roar rolled, and the airwaves rushed into the sky. Those elders roared crazily. Damn it, who was it? How dare you attack my city, Lord's Mansion? In the deepest part of the city, Lord's Mansion, the city lord and a few elders also rushed over. The city lord's face was gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Half of his city, Lord's Mansion, was actually destroyed. It was truly unforgivable. No matter who you are dead meat. He was really mad. One had to know that he was not only a powerhouse, but he was also the city lord of Qianshan City. Moreover, his city lord was personally conferred by the Nine Li dynasty. Whoever dared to make a move on him was ignoring the authority of the Nine Li dynasty. This was declaring war on the dynasty. He could not understand who it was that dared to be so audacious. But no matter who it was, the other party was dead meat. Humph! A cold laugh came from the black ship above. Who am I? Why, in such a short time, have you forgotten me? This voice carried endless coldness. Hearing this voice, everyone's scalp went numb. The city lord and other martial artists below also frowned, because they realized that this was a young voice. Had they offended anyone? Immediately, a chill rose in the hearts of several elders, seeming to have thought of something. They said, tremblingly, "Could it be that kid came back?" "What, that kid? Are you talking about that little demon king? Impossible, right? Wasn't he being hunted down?" These people quickly discussed. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out, because they saw a young figure descending from above, suspended in midair. "It's really you." When they saw the other party, they cried out in surprise, because they discovered that it was really that demon king. Not only did the other party not die, but he was also full of vigor. Even the aura on his body was stronger than before. God, the other party came to take revenge. "Damn kid, I'm going to kill you." The city lord was furious. Killing intent surged from his body, his black hair fluttering. His entire person was incomparably hideous. There was no choice. It was this kid in front of him who killed his son. Not only that, he even killed countless experts of his city, Lord's Mansion. How could he tolerate this? In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly rushed to the sky, his body erupting with endless light. A terrifying aura surged, turning into a surging river, directly rushing towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists in Qianshan City cried out in surprise. The city lord had made his move. Chapter 2391. Heavens, this is too terrifying. They knew that the city lord was a peerless almighty. Now that he was attacking with all his might, it was truly terrifying. That vast aura made them feel like they were suffocating. Can that kid block it? Who knows? That kid is very terrifying. Back then, many powerhouses chased after him, but he managed to escape. Now that he's still alive and kicking, it shouldn't be difficult for him to block it. A series of discussions sounded. Above, Lin Xian looked at the city lord and narrowed his eyes. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and sword qi filled the sky. Puff! The sword qi flickered, and the aura emitted from Lin Xian's body was like a divine rainbow, cutting through the void. The terrifying aura directly slashed forward. What a powerful sword qi! The city lord was also shocked, and his pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party's aura to be so strong. No wonder he was able to escape the pursuit of so many powerhouses. But so what? This time I must kill him. Boom! A biting cold light erupted from the city lord's body. On his glabella, there was an incomparably terrifying rune that was like a small sword with peerless killing intent. With the small sword as the center, countless mysterious runes flickered around the city lord, covering the sky and earth. When this terrifying scene appeared, many warriors in Qianshan City were shocked. When they saw this scene, their eyes widened. Is this a killing formation? Heavens, the city lord is actually using his body as a formation. That's too terrifying. Using his body as a formation. Hearing this, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, looking at the other party's appearance, he had indeed formed a terrifying formation. However, it was different from ordinary formations. Ordinary formations were controlled by warriors. This time, the city lord directly turned into a formation, which could be said to be incomparably strange. Kid, be careful. That guy doesn't seem to be simple. Above, on the black demon ship, the Crimson Dragon also transmitted his voice. He was a formation master. If he said it was not simple, it naturally meant that the formation was incomparably dangerous. After Lin Xian heard this, he snorted coldly. No matter what kind of killing formation it was, he was not afraid. In the next moment, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed out. The sword qi was like a rainbow as it flashed rapidly in the sky, forming countless sword lights that pressed forward. The sword qi that filled the sky seemed to have turned into a world of its own. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! You're no match for me. Scarlet feather killing formation, destroy! The city lord roared, and the red rune on his forehead trembled rapidly. The surrounding Tao runes spun rapidly, forming streaks of divine rainbows that shot into the sky. Boom! Boom! The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. A crack that was close to 10,000 meters wide appeared in the sky, as if the sky had been split in half. It was extremely terrifying. Large amounts of rain and lightning poured down from the crack. Wang! Lin Xian snorted coldly and exploded with an incomparably cold light. This time he was here for revenge. He had no intention of wasting time with the other party. Therefore, he immediately activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Not only that, but the great dragon sword soul also emerged from his body, forming a sword shadow which he grasped in his hand. Floating light. The left eye of the heavenly secret divine eyes turned into a floating light that surged forward. Wang! The soul energy passed through the formation and directly affected the city lord. The city lord's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Puff! In the next moment, he bit his tongue and forced himself out of the illusion, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. However, it was too late. At this moment, Lin Xian waved the dragon's sword in his hand. Boom! The sword slashed the city lord's body, and the terrifying scarlet feather killing formation was mercilessly torn apart. "Damn it, block it for me." Seeing this, the city lord roared crazily, and the spiritual energy in his body quickly circulated. It even started to burn. The sky was filled with red light, condensing around his body. Countless runes shone, forming a solid barrier. However, it was useless. Under this sword, everything was turned into ashes. Puff! The city lord was also sent flying. The 2 layers of armor on his body were directly broken, and his chest caved in. A large amount of blood spilled out like snow. His body landed heavily on the ground below the city lord's residence, creating a terrifying deep hole in the ground. What? The city lord was defeated. Everyone was stunned, including the martial artists in Qianshan City. The martial artists in the city lord's residence were dumbfounded. How was this possible? The city lord used his ultimate move, the scarlet feather killing formation. He turned his body into a terrifying sword formation, which could be said to be extremely terrifying. He could also be invincible when fighting against a peerless almighty. However, he was easily injured by the other party's sword. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Damn it, how was this possible? The city lord crawled out of the hole, covered in blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying, especially that sword shadow which made his hair stand on end. Moreover, the other party was actually a soul power expert, and that technique was impossible to guard against. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked below. He waved the dragon abyss ancient sword again, and a terrifying sword chi would be released. What? He still wants to fight. The expressions of the people in the city lord's residence changed, and even the city lord was serious. He didn't expect the other party to still want to attack. Did he really want to kill him? But what a joke! If he killed him, would the Nine Li dynasty let him go? So in the next moment he dodged and roared. "Damn brat, stop! Stop!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Give me a reason to stop. You can't kill me. I'm the city lord of Thousand Mountain City. The emperor of the Nine Li dynasty personally conferred the title. If you kill me, you'll be ignoring the emperor's prestige and challenging the Nine Li dynasty's imperial power. The Nine Li dynasty won't let you go. So what?" Lin Xian's voice was cold, and he wasn't moved at all. Not to mention that he was the lord of a mortal palace now. Even if he was alone in the past, he wouldn't be afraid of such a threat. One had to know that he dared to provoke the war race, and he dared to fight against the Tai dynasty, let alone the Nine Li dynasty. So in the next moment, Lin Xian attacked mercilessly. The dragon-shaped sword chi shone in the sky, and then the dragon tail swayed and rushed down, sky-shattering. When the dragon-shaped sword chi came near the city lord, it directly shattered the sky. The entire void shattered, forming a terrifying black hole that enveloped the city lord. Boom! 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 The black hole kept getting bigger and bigger, spreading rapidly like a giant beast. The surrounding people of the city lord's mansion fled frantically. However, most of them were directly swallowed up. Not only that, the surrounding buildings, land, and space were all completely swallowed up. The entire city, Lord's mansion, had become a pitch-black black hole. After a long time, it slowly shrank, and there was nothing left in the original place, only a bottomless pit. The city lord's mansion was destroyed. The city lord was killed. The other martial artists in Thousand Mountain City looked at this scene, and their scalps went numb. They knew that this should be the end of the world, because no one had ever dared to be so bold. Lin Xian put away the ancient sword, stepped into the air, and came to the black demon ship. "Let's go to the Tung family." The black demon ship shook, turned into a black stream of light, and instantly disappeared into the sky. Chapter 2392. It was not until a long time after the black demon ship disappeared that the cultivators of Qianshan City dared to stand up. They looked at the deep pit in front of them in horror, not daring to speak for a long time. On the other side, the black demon ship flew at an extremely fast speed in the direction of the Tongue family. A day later, the black demon ship stopped again. This was because they had arrived at the Tongue family. The Tongue family was not in any city. Instead, they occupied a spiritual mountain by themselves. After all, the Tongue family was the invincible house of kings. Their strength and status were much higher than that of the castellan's mansion. Therefore, they naturally occupied better spiritual veins. In front of them, mountains were everywhere and surrounded by white fog. It was a fairyland. In the mountain range, there were countless palaces and pavilions. The surroundings seemed calm, but Lin Xian and the others naturally felt that there was a terrifying formation here. However, some of the outer formations could not trap Lin Xian and the others at all. Therefore, the black demon ship directly drove out and rampaged. When they arrived in front of them, a ray of light shot into the sky. However, it was difficult to resist the power of the black demon legacy. In an instant, the formation shattered and scattered in all directions like a mirror. Soon, the black demon ship flew into the depths of the mountains and scrupulously. Finally, they stopped. There was a mountain gate in front of them. It was very majestic. Under the mountain gate, there were 4 disciples of the Tongue family guarding it. At this moment, they felt the change and raised their heads one after another. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. They were enemies. They were too shocked. To be honest, an important place like a mountain gate would usually be heavily guarded. However, there were only 4 people in the Tongue family. This was because they were very confident that no one would dare to behave atrociously in the Tongue family. However, the situation now was beyond their expectations. One of them quickly soared into the sky and flew towards the mountains. It seemed that he was going to report something. The other 3 people drew their sabers and swords and pointed upwards. One of them sneered, "Who dares to trespass into the Tongue family?" 1 slash. On the black demon ship, Lin Xian looked at this scene and shouted coldly, "Whoosh!" Hui Dao stood out. His figure swayed and he appeared in the sky. With a clang, the full moon saber at his waist slashed out. The saber light was hazy like a full moon, emitting a terrifying aura. In an instant, the majestic mountain gate below was split into 2 halves. Not only that, but the bodies of the 3 Ting family cultivators also split open in an instant, and they fell into a pool of blood. This saber strike was simply too astonishing. Not only was the mountain gate destroyed, but the ground was also split open. A huge crack appeared and extended inwards. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Rumbling sounds could be heard. This finally caught the Tongue family's attention. Suddenly, countless lights lit up in the mountains. One figure after another soared into the sky. It was accompanied by angry roars. "Damn it, who is it? How dare you cause trouble in the Tongue family?" Countless silhouettes rushed out. There were at least a few hundred people. One could imagine how terrifying the Tongue clan was. Damn it, the mountain gate was actually destroyed. These people soared into the air. When they saw the scene before them, their faces turned extremely ugly. Their mountain gate had actually been directly hacked apart by someone. This was a blatant provocation. In the Ninely dynasty, no one dared to provoke the Tongue family like this. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" An old man shouted coldly. He looked at the pitch-black ship in front of him and frowned. This was because the aura it emitted was too terrifying. However, a cold snort was heard from the void. "Where's your clan leader? Tell him to come here and die." "What? Tell the Tongue family's clan leader to come here and die? Who in the world dares to say such a thing?" The Tongue family cultivators were so angry that their bodies trembled. The old man shouted coldly, "Go, catch him! Let's see what ability he has to say such a thing." Whoosh! 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 For rays of light flew over quickly like a meteor shower. These were 4 mighty figures. At this moment, they attacked together. 4 sky-covering hands enveloped the sky, trying to catch Hui Dao. However, Hui Dao sneered. Light flowed on his body, and the full moon saber in his hand emitted a terrifying light. Subsequently, he slashed out with his saber. The saber light flickered in the air, cut the void, and slashed at the 4 sky-covering hands in the sky. Puff! 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 In an instant, the 4 sky-covering hands were slashed apart. Not only that, but the 4 people's arms were also directly cut off. The 4 mighty figures covered their broken arms and quickly retreated. Their faces were full of horror. Behind them, the Tang family's cultivators were stunned. Heavens! Who is this young man in front of me? He actually cut off the hands of 4 mighty figures with one slash. Isn't this too terrifying? He's definitely a peerless genius. But which force does he belong to? How dare he behave atrociously in our Tang family? Humph! They did not attack again. The old man took a step forward and snorted coldly. I'll ask you again, who are you? Although the other party only sent a young man. However, the strength that he displayed was simply too powerful. He had to be careful. I'm the one who will kill you. Hu Yidao snorted and said coldly, I've said it before. Tell your clan leader to come here and die. You're courting death. Boy! Don't think that you can behave atrociously here just because you have some ability. The Tang family is not a place you can come to. The old man was furious. He quickly attacked. A fist passed through the void and blasted toward Hui Dao. The air exploded in an instant, and a terrifying airwave rolled. It did not look like a fist at all. Instead, it was like a primordial demonic mountain. The sound coming from it was too terrifying. It shook the world, causing it to tremble rapidly. Hu Yidao did not resist it head-on. He swayed his body and quickly dodged. In the sky, the terrifying fist followed his movements and chased after him. Seeing this, Hu Yidao frowned and stopped in his tracks. His body emitted a terrifying light, and the full moon scimitar in his hand burst out. The light was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Buzz! He swung his scimitar forward and collided with the huge fist in the sky, causing an earth-shattering sound. It was as if someone had shaken the entire space. The sound was so loud that the Tang family's cultivators behind him trembled. Many of them were bleeding from their ears. In the sky, the terrifying saber light and the huge fist disappeared at the same time. Hu Yidao stood proudly. On the other hand, the Tang family's elder's face changed drastically. How is this possible? The fact that the other party was actually able to contend against him was simply too surprising. The other party was just a young boy, but he was a figure who had lived for thousands of years. Could it be that the other party was already so powerful? He did not dare to imagine. However, 3 middle-aged men rushed over from behind. Their auras were also unparalleled. The 3 of them said together, Elder, we're here to help you. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they charged toward Hu Yidao with great power. At the same time, the old man attacked again. Chapter 2393. Elder, let us help you. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they charged toward Hu Yidao with great power. At the same time, the elder attacked again. For a time, the 4 of them suppressed Hu Yidao. However, it was difficult for them to hurt Hu Yidao. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort came from the big black ship again. For against 1? What kind of ability is that? Let me accompany you if you dare. Whoosh! A green figure appeared in the sky. It was a beautiful woman in a long green dress. As soon as she appeared, a peacock appeared behind her and spread its beautiful feathers. Thousands of green divine lights shrouded the front like meteors. Boom! 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 The 3 middle-aged mighty figures were sent flying and vomited blood. The elder kept retreating, but there was a huge shield in front of him that blocked the impact of the energy. Although he was not injured, his face was extremely ugly. Another young man is here. Another young genius who is equally terrifying. Damn it, What kind of force is this? How can there be so many young geniuses? Could it be a peerless sect or a peerless sacred ground? Or is it a royal family? He could not think of any other family that could be so terrifying. However, the elder snorted with a gloomy face. Do you think you can beat the Tongue family in terms of numbers? He was mad with anger. Indeed, this was the Tongue family's territory, and the Tongue family had experts. Moreover, with so many experts, he did not believe that they could not kill Hui Dao. Soon, the Tongue family's martial artists behind them also rushed forward. Not only that, but more and more experts came from all directions. They surrounded Hui Dao and Peacock. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Tongue family? You're courting death. Kill him and let him know the power of the Tongue family. Angry roars came one after another. Then the purple-clothed elder waved his hand, and all the experts around him attacked crazily. Humph! Hui Dao snorted. His body emitted a terrifying saber light as he attacked crazily. The saber lights were like the Milky Way, slashing in all directions. On the other side, Peacock also used her bloodline power, and the shadow behind her became more and more powerful. The 1,000 demon eyes appeared and formed a terrifying soul attack. Ah, ah, ah. Many people were hit. Hee, I'll play with you guys too. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded. Soon, a blurry shadow appeared behind the two old men. Puff, puff. Black light flashed and 2 heads flew up. The corpses of the 2 old men fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy and felt a chill run down their backs. As for the purple-clothed old man, he was also roaring madly. Damn it, be careful, there's an assassin. They didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying assassin among them. It really shocked them. Sure enough, no one dared to be careless. They quickly activated their battle armor, and the defensive light in front of them completely covered their bodies. Wang, the third to make a move, was naturally ghostly. After he ambushed a few experts, he waved his hand and shot out the white bone banner rice. The white bone banner waved, and a cold wind blew in the surroundings. The world darkened. Countless vengeful spirits quickly appeared. There were even mountains of skeletons and a terrifying army of death charging over. For a time, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was extremely terrifying. On the black demon ship above, Lin Xian and the others looked down with a sneer on their faces. They didn't need to make a move at all. Hu Yidao and the other 2 could handle it. Sure enough, about half an hour later, the world returned to normal. The Tongue family's martial artists retreated one after another. Most of them were injured, and many were directly killed. Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly stood in the void, and the aura on their bodies became stronger. The Tongue family was just SOO. Peacock snorted coldly. Ghostly's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. This time, I can absorb a lot of powerful, vengeful spirits. Indeed, he waved the white bone banner and absorbed the souls and blood essence of those killed. On the opposite side, the Tongue family's people had extremely ugly expressions. In particular, the purple-clothed old man who led the group was trembling with anger. There was a saber mark on his body that almost cut off his arm. At this moment, he covered the wound and gritted his teeth as he asked, "Damn it, who are you people?" He was too shocked. 3 young men had beaten them to the point where they couldn't fight back. They didn't dare to imagine it at all. The 3 of them were top-notch God-favored ones. What kind of force could produce so many terrifying young God-favored ones? I told you to get your patriarch here to die. Hu Yidao pointed his long saber forward and said coldly, "Damn it, they've gone too far." The purple-clothed old man roared angrily. The surrounding Tongue family's martial artists were also trembling with anger. A few of the old ones vomited large mouthfuls of blood. They were too aggrieved. The Tongue family had never been provoked like this. However, they really couldn't defeat them. Therefore, they could only ask for help from the family. Whoosh! The purple-clothed old man waved his hand, and a black rune quickly flew to the family. Boom! 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 In the next moment, countless powerful figures rushed out from the family. Each of them was like a demon god as they stepped on the air. This time, all of the people who came were of the elder rank. Their auras were very terrifying. At this moment, they were connected together as if 100,000 mountains had directly shattered the void. This time, 10 elders came, and each of them was abnormally terrifying. In particular, the two at the front were even more valiant. They had definitely reached the level of a peerless powerhouse. Great Elder, you're here. When the purple-clothed old man saw this, he was overjoyed. The other people smiled as well. They knew the Tongue family was truly furious. This time, they sent 10 elders at once. They thought that they could definitely suppress the other party. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Tongue family? The 10 elders looked around. When they saw the scene around them, their faces were terrifyingly dark. Humph. This time before Hui Dao and the other two could speak, Lin Xian on the big black ship scoffed coldly. Whoosh! His body swayed, and he quickly landed in front of them. The Crimson Dragon and Xing Tian were also with him. The others stood on the big black ship and did not come down. However, as long as Lin Xian gave the order, these people would immediately make a move. Why, have you forgotten about me so quickly? After Lin Xian arrived in front of them, he sneered. Hu Yi Dao Peacock and Ghostly stood behind him respectfully. So this is our leader? Seeing this, the faces of the Tongue family's martial artists changed. It seemed like the other party's leader had come out. Nevertheless, what shocked them was that the other party's leader was so young. They could not believe it. When they heard this and saw the other party's face clearly, the Tongue family's martial artists exclaimed as if they were struck by lightning. Chapter 2394. What? Damn brat! It's actually you? How could you still be alive? They were too shocked because they recognized each other. Wasn't he being hunted down by the war tribe and countless powerhouses of the Tai dynasty? How could he still be alive? Moreover, he has such powerful subordinates. Damn it, who exactly is this brat? They were extremely shocked. It seems that his identity isn't simple. You recognize me? That's easy. Lin Xian sneered. Are you willing to kneel and die, or are you prepared to be cut into pieces? I'll give you a choice. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. What, you want to kill us? Hearing this, the cultivators of the Tongue family were furious. The elders also snorted coldly. Brat, I don't know how you survived, nor do I know what kind of power you have. However, you're too naive if you want to attack the Tongue family. Let me tell you, the Tongue family is an invincible family. Do you think you can contend against the invincible kings of our family? The invincible kings are indeed very strong, but I don't need to contend against them. I just need to kill you. Where's your clan leader? Tell him to come and die. Lin Xian knew that the clan leader must have agreed to the pursuit of those powerhouses last time. Therefore, he wanted to kill the clan leader and the 10 elders in front of him. Only then would it be considered revenge. What? You want to kill our clan leader? You're courting death. At this moment, an elder stood out and emitted a powerful aura. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. Brat, I'll kill you first. This was the third elder of the other party. He was terrifyingly strong and was almost a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, he stood out with a monstrous aura. In the next moment, he threw a punch. The terrifying power shattered the void and directly rushed towards Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Sensing this power, the cultivators of the Tongue family trembled, but their eyes were filled with excitement. This was because they felt that this power was not much different from a peerless powerhouse. He won't be able to resist. You're courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian sneered and raised his palm. The azure dragon hand condensed in his hand, and countless sword chi surrounded his fingertips. In the next moment, he slapped it. Boom! This palm contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely powerful. Therefore, he was able to blast the terrifying fist away with a single slap. Not only that, the azure dragon palm enveloped the third elder and smashed him into a bloody mist. Boom! Blood filled the air, splattering everywhere. Countless cracks appeared in the terrifying space as a black hole rapidly spread out. Upon seeing this, the Tung family's martial artists were dumbfounded. What? The third elder was killed? He was killed by a single palm strike. How could this be? An expert who was going to become a peerless almighty was killed with a single palm strike? Who was this kid? They trembled at the thought. How could this be? Why was the other party so powerful? Was the other party already a peerless almighty? Damn it, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the other two elders also roared in anger. They pulled out their swords and sabers, and the light on their bodies quickly erupted. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden runes flickered as he activated the soul-burning secret technique. Immediately, the two of them screamed, "Ah! Ah! Fifth elder! Sixth elder!" When the Tung family's martial artists saw this, they roared crazily. What did the other party do? How did the other party make the two elders scream crazily with just a glance? What kind of technique was that? Nonetheless, what shocked them was yet to come. That was because the fifth elder and the sixth elder's bodies suddenly stopped trembling. Their eyes were blank and had lost their luster. Bang! In the next moment, the two of them fell from the sky and landed on the ground, creating two deep pits. Elders! They roared crazily. Countless Taoists flew down and saved the two of them. However, their scalps went numb in the next moment. This was because the two elders had long stopped breathing. They were dead. The two elders were killed by a single glance from the other party. Oh God! They retreated crazily. Many of the more timid one's legs went weak, and they even wet their pants. This was because this technique was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. This was probably how an invincible king killed someone. The other elders were also shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Who exactly was the other party? They did not know that although it was just a glance, Lin Xian had used all of his strength. In addition to the power of the heavenly secret god eyes, he could naturally kill the two elders. What he wanted was a thunderous attack to completely shock these people. What do you think? Now, do you think that I'm qualified to contend against the Tung family? Lin Xian said indifferently. Now, the remaining elders kneel down and ask your patriarch to come out and kneel to receive his death. I can spare the rest of the Tung family. His voice was like thunder, striking everyone's hearts. The Tung family's martial artists' mouths and tongues were dry, and their bodies were cold. Those who were weak directly lay on the ground with pale faces. As for the elders, their faces were hidden. Humph! At this moment, the first elder spoke. He scoffed coldly, and his voice spread in all directions like thunder. First, he calmed everyone's hearts. Then he said, "Don't be frightened by him. This should be a secret pupil technique. It's nothing to fuss about killing the soul. As long as the soul is protected, there won't be a problem." Is that so? Looks like you're very confident in yourself. Lin Xian looked at the first elder and sneered. In the next moment, he raised his palm, and a chaotic sword chi flew out and slashed in front of him. The sword was too terrifying. The sky was directly cut in half, and the terrifying aura made everyone tremble. The first elder's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive. He attacked without hesitation. Damn it, get lost. Nevertheless, he was the first elder after all. He was a peerless powerhouse, and he even had the soaring serpent's bloodline power. Therefore, he would not admit defeat so easily. In the next moment, he roared and instantly activated his bloodline power. He knew that the other party was a great enemy, so he did not dare to be careless. Boom! He struck out with his palm, and the illusory image of a soaring serpent appeared in the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It blocked the shocking chaotic sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. Energy exploded, and the surrounding space kept collapsing, but it was still blocked. Great! The first elder finally blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. The Tung family's martial artists were so excited that they cried. This was because they felt that there was hope for the Tung family. No matter how strong that young fellow was, he could not be a match for the first elder. On the other side, Hui Dao and the other two, who were beside Lin Xian, sneered. This was because they knew that their hall master was not only capable of this. The other party's first elder was probably going to be unlucky. Chapter 2395. Sure enough, at the next moment, the sword light on Lin Xian's body became even brighter. Countless sword lights lit up the entire sky. The sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The sky shook, the earth trembled, and the mountains in the distance rumbled. What? This sword technique is so fearsome. It can actually cause a phenomenon in heaven and earth. The faces of the Tung family's martial artists took on ghastly expressions when they saw this. The Tung family's great elder had a grave look on his face too. He roared furiously, and the energy in his body moved quickly. He did not dare to be careless at all. Next, endless lights gathered above him and formed a flying serpent that spiraled in the void. It rode on clouds and mists, and its fearsome aura enveloped the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Its humongous body pressed down on Lin Xian as if it wanted to crush him. At this moment, the great elder finally used his bloodline power and summoned the illusory image of the flying serpent. That power was so strong that it shocked everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The flying serpent shrouded the surroundings. Fearsome poisonous mist spread, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. The martial artists in the distance also quickly retreated. They retreated to the clan's formation and watched quietly. Young fella, go to hell! The great elder roared furiously, and the illusory image of the flying serpent above his head completely erupted. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that the great elder was indeed formidable. The great elder's bloodline power had erupted at this moment, and he felt a hint of threat. Nevertheless, he sneered at the next moment, and a dragon's roar was heard coming from his body. In the sky, the cold aura was instantly extinguished, and the fearsome poisonous gases were also blown away by the strong wind. Buzz! The sword shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A shocking sword chi descended from the sky like an immortal light, and it collapsed the entire sky. The great elder was shocked because he realized that his opponent's sword chi was stronger than before. In a panic, he roared madly again and activated his bloodline power. Boom! 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 In the sky, intense collisions were heard. Fearsome lights lit up the entire sky, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes at all. After the first attack, the great elder quickly retreated. Even so, the illusory image of the flying serpent wrapped around him tightly, so that he didn't get hurt too badly. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward. Whom! The ancient dragon abyss sword appeared in the air, tearing the void apart. Demon ceiling. The sword soared into the sky. Even with the superb formation, the Tung family's martial artists could still sense bone-piercing chills. In the sky, countless clouds were pierced directly and huge cracks appeared. The terrifying sword light was like a mountain soaring into the sky. Pum! Countless sword chi turned into a huge seal, completely sealing off the sky. The soaring serpent roared madly and slammed into the gaps around it. However, each and every one of those sword chis was like a 5-finger mountain. They were abnormally terrifying and could not be broken apart at all. Humph! Collapsing heaven. Another sword appeared in the sky, and the sky in front of him instantly collapsed. The soaring serpent was torn apart by the terrifying power. Puff! The soaring serpent's phantom was destroyed, and the great elder was sent flying, coughing up blood. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. His opponent had destroyed his soaring serpent so easily. How was this possible? That was the power of his bloodline. Chaotic rebellion. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and a hazy sword shadow appeared on his body. Tens of millions of sword chi crisscrossed and charged forward. The sky was instantly destroyed, and the great elder was enveloped by countless sword lights. Bang, bang, bang. A part of the world was pierced through. The elders roared madly and attacked with all their might, wanting to tear apart the storm. They had to save the great elder. As for the surrounding spirit formations, they began to tremble violently. In fact, cracks had even appeared in some places. Whoosh! When everything disappeared, the great elder was covered in blood. More than half of his body had been cut off. At this moment, he was on his last breath. What? How could this be? Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They could not believe it at all. You're no match for me at all. Tell your patriarch to get out here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. If you want our patriarch to come out, you'll have to kill me. The great elder roared madly. His face was ferocious, and the bloodline power in his body began to burn. It seemed like he wanted to fight to the death. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you think I don't dare to do it? Metal sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved the ancient sword in his hand, and a golden light flashed as fast as lightning. Poof! The great elder's head flew up. This sword was simply too fast and incomparably sharp. It was simply impossible to guard against it. Even a peerless powerhouse could not dodge it at all. Moreover, the great elder was seriously injured, so he was killed by the sword. What sword technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? The Tang family's martial artists were horrified. The other elders also felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly, but Hui Dao and the others were shocked. This seems to be the metal sword of the Immortal Palace's 5 elements sword. This is a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Heavens, how long has it been since the Temple Master came to see us? Even if it's the first day of cultivation, it's probably only been a few months. To be able to use the metal sword to such an extent, his talent is too heaven-defying. At this moment, Hu Dao, Peacock, and Gili were shocked. They discovered that their hall master was simply too terrifying. Even the elders and deacons on the Black Demon ship were surprised. The 100 elite martial artists were extremely excited. Too powerful. Their temple master is too powerful. This made their blood boil. After killing the great elder with one sword, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body did not weaken. Instead, it became even more violent. It covered the entire sky, and the terrifying sword chi whistled. The Tang family's martial artists were extremely pale. Damn it, kill him. Fight it out with him. Some people in the formation gritted their teeth. Boom, boom, boom. They quickly activated their killing formations. One by one, the shocking killing formations rushed over. As the invincible House of Kings, the Tang family was very terrifying. They had a lot of killing formations. 5 killing formations were activated in an instant. One of them was as red as blood and carried flames that filled the sky. The other one was as black as ink and looked like rolling demonic clouds. There were also sword chi that filled the sky, terrifying saber lights and violent thunder and lightning. The 5 killing formations shrouded Lin Xian in an instant, intending to kill him completely. The momentum was very terrifying. At this moment, the 5 of them attacked together, and they could kill an almighty. Therefore, the Tang family's martial artists who were in charge of killing revealed a ferocious expression. Buzz! Lin Xian did not hesitate either. In an instant, he activated the dragon sword domain. The domain kept expanding and instantly enveloped the 5 killing formations. Thousands of sword chi flew out quickly and instantly pierced through the 5 killing formations. Not only that, The thousands of martial artists in the 5 killing formations were instantly killed. Boom! 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 The sky split open, and black holes appeared one after another. Blood sprinkled down. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The elders of the Tongue family roared crazily. No! Damn it! Stop it! Chapter 2396. The elders of the Tongue family roared crazily. No! Damn it! Stop it! Kill him! We must kill him! No matter what price we have to pay, we must kill him! At this moment, the second elder roared. His eyes were red and filled with madness. The other elders were also filled with killing intent. More cultivators from the Tongue family rushed over. Humph! Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed his sword at the sky. Beside him, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Gili stood out and emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, but Xing Tian also took a step forward. The aura on his body was like that of a primordial demon mountain, pressing down. The dark red holy dragon transformed into a divine dragon and roared. The bloodline power of the Tongue family cultivators trembled. What, you want to fight? Do you believe that I won't destroy the Tongue family today? The sword intent on Lin Xian's body became even more dazzling. In the sky, the black demon ship slowly descended. 100 young cultivators jumped off the ship. They flew quickly, and the aura on their bodies suddenly erupted. They were too excited and couldn't wait any longer. Now that they received Lin Xian's order, they quickly rushed out. They weren't the only ones. Dozens of deacons and elders also walked out together. The aura on their bodies was even stronger. For a moment, the figures behind Lin Xian were densely packed. Each of them was incomparably valiant. Damn it! Why does he have so many people? The people from the Tongue family were truly dumbfounded. Each of them began to tremble. Even the elders' pupils shrunk. The aura of an almighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Heavens, how is this possible? So many. They realized that there were several almighties on the other side. In addition, the aura on the young cultivators was also abnormally terrifying. This is a group of geniuses, a group of powerhouses. Damn it, who is this kid? How does he have such a terrifying force? The Tongue family cultivators were stunned, and their faces were filled with fear. They didn't dare to make a move anymore. Indeed, they had more people, but their overall strength was no match for the other side. Unless they let all the warriors of the Tongue clan come out and use their so-called trump card. In that case, they might be able to kill him. However, for the other party to be able to send out so many cultivators in an instant, the power behind them must be even more terrifying. In fact, he had even surpassed them. If they really offended such a figure, the Tongue family would have a hard time in the future, even if they killed those people. This was especially true when they saw the mysterious smile on Lin Xian's face. They were extremely frightened. You dare to attack us? You really don't know what's good for you. Ghostly sneered. The martial artists from the Tongue family gulped. The Tongue family's elder had a grim look on his face. Who knew? A cold voice was heard coming from the depths of the Tongue family. Then, a terrifying force tore through the clouds, and a figure stepped through the air. Upon seeing this person, the Tongue family's martial artists turned around and exclaimed, "Patriarch! Greetings to the Patriarch! Welcome, Patriarch!" It was great that the human race was here. The Tongue family's martial artists roared madly. Even the elders heaved sighs of relief. This was because their patriarch was an extremely fearsome being. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party finally showed up. When he took a step forward, another figure appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man who wore a white robe and had black hair draped behind his back. His eyes were long and narrow, and they shone brightly. "I'm surprised that you're still alive. Your strength is also beyond my expectations. Why don't we just let this matter rest? How about we each take a step back?" The Tongue family's patriarch looked at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "Take a step back." Upon hearing this, The Tang family's elders were shocked. The martial artists were also in an uproar. Is the Tang family going to admit defeat? This is really a groundbreaking matter. The Tang family was the invincible house of kings. They had never given in to anyone before. Now, they actually gave in to a young man. This was unbelievable. Nonetheless, when they saw the many fearsome powerhouses behind the young man, they fell silent. Take a step back? Lin Xian sneered when he heard this. When you sent the Tang family's powerhouses to kill me, did you ever think of taking a step back? Now that you've seen my strength, you're telling me to take a step back? Do you think there's such a good thing in the world? Today, you and these elders must die. What? As soon as he said that, all the Tang family's martial artists were stunned. The other party was too arrogant. The Tang family had already given in, but the other party was still unyielding. He wants to kill us. He even wants to kill our patriarch. He's going too far. They roared angrily. The Tang family's patriarch's face darkened. Young fella, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you can contend against the Tang family just because you can summon so many powerhouses. The Tang family's foundation isn't something you can imagine. Is that so? Isn't he just an invincible king? Let him come out and see if I have a way to deal with him. Lin Xian did not care at all. Buzz. His eyes became incomparably cold, and the aura on his body suddenly burst out. He pointed his long sword forward. Cut the crap and die. He slashed with his sword, and the vast sword light caused the entire sky to tremble. Stubborn. Today I'll suppress you. The Tang family's patriarch was also furious. Next, he waved his sleeve and slapped out his palm. At once, a purple flying snake flew out. The snake's shadow kept growing in the sky like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Its enormous body filled the sky, crushed the space, and ruthlessly collided with the sword chi. Boom! An earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions. The Tang family's martial artists vomited mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. It was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Everyone retreated into the defense formation. A few elders shouted crazily, and they also kept retreating. On the other side, Hui Dao and the others also retreated to the big black ship. In front of them, only the Tang family's patriarch and Lin Xian were left. Boom! Boom! Seeing that his clansmen had retreated, the Tang family's patriarch no longer had any scruples. The light on his body became more terrifying. Lin Xian was like a sword god, and his attacks were bold and unrestrained. The two of them fought crazily as if two gods had descended to the mortal world. Boom! Lin Xian punched out, and the sky was filled with light. The terrifying fist turned into a black sun and pushed out horizontally in the sky. Burning sky, scorching sun fist. This was the war tribe's divine ability. When it appeared in Lin Xian's hands, it was extremely terrifying. Humph! Watch me devour your son. The Tang family's patriarch stretched out his 10 fingers, which turned into 10 ferocious snakes that danced in the sky. Each of the snakes was 3 kilometers long and crushed the void. At this moment, the 10 snakes moved together as if they were going to destroy the world. Roar! Roar! Chapter 2397. Each Ting snake was 1,000 feet long. Their huge bodies rotated in the air and crushed the void. At this moment, the 10 Ting snakes moved together as if they were going to destroy the world. Roar! 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 The 10 purple-tongued snakes waved in the sky, opened their bloody mouths, and swallowed all the black suns in the sky. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if they were going to devour the world. The martial artists of the Tang family clapped and cheered. After Lin Xian saw this, he sneered. So what if they swallowed his fist technique? Watch me refine your tongue snakes. As he spoke, he stretched out a palm and grabbed. This palm was extremely terrifying. It kept growing bigger and bigger, covering the entire world. One couldn't see the end of it. Not only that, but the sun, moon, and stars revolved in his palm. It was very mysterious. Sun, Moon, Divine Palm. This was also a terrifying divine ability. At this moment, Lin Xian used the great dragon's sword soul again. Boom! 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 The Sun, Moon, Divine Palm fell mercilessly and enveloped the tenting snakes in the sky. Whoosh! Air waves rolled and light shone. The sun, moon, and stars revolved as if they could destroy everything. The tenting snakes roared crazily and counterattacked crazily. However, their bodies started to rupture. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Then they exploded with a boom. Between heaven and earth, countless spiritual chi appeared. The tenting snakes had disappeared. What? They were destroyed. How was this possible? The martial artists of the Tang family couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because they realized that after the palm destroyed the tenting snakes, it once again grabbed towards their clan leader. Buzz! In an instant, the Sun, Moon, Divine Palm appeared in front of the Tang family's clan leader. The terrifying energy directly cracked the void. Ah, damn it, get lost! The Tang family's clan leader roared crazily. Mysterious patterns appeared on his body, and the power of his bloodline was also activated. At this moment, he was like a demon king, resisting the Sun, Moon, Divine Palm in the sky. Buzz! 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 The Sun, Moon, Divine Palm was boundless and mysterious. It completely grabbed the Tang family's clan leader and slowly closed its 5 fingers. Finally, it closed completely. Clan leader. When the Tang family warriors saw this scene, they roared crazily. The hearts of the Tang family's elders pounded wildly. They did not dare to imagine that their clan leader had been captured by the other party. The reason for that was because the power of the sun, moon, and stars was simply too frightening. Even a peerless expert would be injured. Boom! Just as they decided to take action and save the clan leader together, the situation in front of them changed again. The palm that was originally closed slowly opened at this moment, and a figure rushed out quickly. Damn brat! I'm going to kill you. I will definitely tear you to shreds. The person who rushed out was the Tang family's patriarch. His hair was disheveled at the moment, and his white robe was torn, revealing a blue armor. There was a black, demonic tripod cauldron above his head, which gave rise to monstrous, demonic flames. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying soaring serpent coiling around his body. Brat, I will never forgive you. The Tang clan patriarch's voice was cold as he clenched his fist. Suddenly, the shadow of the soaring serpent behind him flowed into his hand and transformed into a purple long spear. Brat, you will pay the price for your actions. The Tang family's patriarch waved the purple long spear in his hand, and the void in front of him was completely split open. A terrifying power charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian wielded the Dragon Abyss Ancient sword to resist it. The two of them fought again. On the 99th move, Lin Xian's Ancient sword suddenly emitted a light, and 2 of the runes disappeared. As for that power, it instantly burst forth. Boom! The sword slashed down and collided with the purple long spear, causing cracks to appear on the purple long spear. Another 3 slashes were made, and the purple long spear was directly shattered. As for the Tang family's patriarch, he kept retreating. Damn it! How did this happen? The Tang family's patriarch's face darkened, and the others were all stunned. What's going on? How did the other party suppress their patriarch again? They could not believe it at all. Buzz! A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's left hand again, and he directly turned toward the black, demonic tripod cauldron. The sword cut the black, demonic tripod cauldron in half. Poof! The black, demonic tripod cauldron was originally a defensive treasure, and it was very powerful. However, after it was cut in half, the Tang family's patriarch was immediately hit by the impact. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. Good chance! When Lin Xian saw this, his body flashed, and he charged toward the patriarch. Runes flickered in his left eye. The floating light phantom flew out and immediately pulled the patriarch's soul into an illusion. Then he struck with both swords and slashed the patriarch's body. In an instant, the Tongue family's patriarch's body caved in, and he was even cut in half at the waist. Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. The Tongue family's martial artists were completely crazy. Their patriarch was cut in half by a sword. It was truly unbelievable. Ah! The Tongue family's patriarch roared crazily in the sky. Soon, something shocking happened. Countless purple snake shadows suddenly appeared the cut in half of his body, and they quickly intertwined. His severed body actually healed once again. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Tongue family's patriarch's body appeared in the distance. He was panting heavily, and his face was abnormally pale. However, his eyes were extremely ferocious and emitted a purple light. Damn it! The Tongue family's patriarch was furious. If he did not have the Tongue snake bloodline, he would have been killed by this sword. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned when he saw this. He's not dead? Moreover, his body healed? What technique is this? It's so strange. Young fella, this is the Tongue snake bloodline power, a kind of divine ability. As long as it's not a fatal injury, it can usually heal. He Tu explained through voice transmission. The Tongue snake has such a divine ability. Lin Xian was surprised. This is equivalent to an immortal body. However, if it was a fatal blow, he would definitely be killed. Even if the patriarch could heal, it would probably be useless. Whoosh! In front of him, the Tongue family's patriarch took out a few pills from his interspatial ring and quickly swallowed them. He also consumed a purple Ganoderma and a bottle of black liquid. Then his exhausted physical strength and injuries were quickly healing. Healing? So what? This sword strike is enough to kill you. Seeing that the patriarch had recovered, Lin Xian did not go forward to stop him at all. He took a deep breath, and a piercing cold light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Then the great dragon sword in his left hand and the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand merged into one. Buzz! He held the sword with both hands and slashed out. Snake swallows heaven and earth. On the other side, the Tongue family's patriarch also launched an extremely powerful attack. His entire body twisted and turned into a huge purple snake in the sky. It was 50,000 meters tall, and then it swooped down. The snake opened its mouth and instantly swallowed the entire world. The sky instantly darkened, and only endless sword lights flickered. Thank you for the reward. Thank you? Glory? Why, * Yun Tao's reward. You shouldn't have rewarded so enthusiastically. The Turiking's reward, if it's possible to reward, I'll reward you inexplicably. Chapter 2398. Everyone, including the martial artists from the Tongue family, exclaimed in shock. On the other side, Hui Dao and the others frowned. Tang Jia's clan leader was so arrogant that he dared to devour all of them. Was he not afraid of dying from overeating? Sure enough, before they could make a move, the piercing sword light in the sky collided with the giant python. Boom! 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 A sonorous sound resounded in all directions like a clap of thunder. The darkness in the surroundings quickly faded away. The sky became clear again, and there was even a rain of blood falling from the sky. The Tongue family's clan leader screamed in agony as his body split open. The giant flying serpent that he had transformed into a split open by the sword. Ah! The Tongue family's clan leader screamed crazily as the two halves of his body rolled in the sky, forming countless snake shadows that circled around each other. They were about to be reunited. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. How could he give the clan leader such a chance? Next, he activated the soul-burning secret technique in his right eye and burned the clan leader's soul. Ah! The Tongue family's clan leader screamed in agony as his body rolled in the air. It was impossible for him to guard against this kind of soul attack. At the same time, Lin Xian's long sword emitted a dazzling light again. He slashed his sword at the clan leader's head. Boom! 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 Terrifying light vibrated as the sword slashed off the clan leader's head. Moreover, the soul creation brought about by the soul-burning secret technique was effective. The Tung family's clan leader's soul was burned clean. This time, even if he had an immortal body, he would not be able to survive. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Tung family's clan leader's body stiffened in the sky and fell to the ground. Clan leader. Seeing this, the Tung family's martial artists were all stunned. The elders of the Tung family were also stunned. What happened? Their clan leader had the purest flying serpent bloodline and was known as an immortal body. No matter how heavy his injuries were, he could still recover. However, their clan leader was motionless and had no reaction at all. Could it be that their clan leader was killed? Thinking of this, they gasped. How was this possible? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, the elders moved quickly and arrived beside their clan leader in an instant. They quickly sensed the clan leader's clan leader. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. Clan leader. They roared out crazily because they discovered that the clan chief's aura was already gone, his body ice cold. His life force was clearly extinguished. No, damn it, I don't believe it. The patriarch had an immortal body. They roared crazily. In the distance, the Tung family's martial artists were dumbfounded. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. What immortal body! Under his great dragon sword spirit and heavenly secret god eyes, everything would be destroyed. Next, it's up to you old fellows. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the long sword in his hand flashed again. Ah! The elders roared madly. They had truly gone mad. They had gone too far. Fight it out with him. The remaining 7 or 8 elders roared at the sky and charged over. Boom! Boom! A great battle broke out. However, Lin Xian did not hold back. At this moment, the heavenly fate, divine eyes, great dragon sword spirit, and ancient dragon abyss sword were fully utilized by him. His speed was like that of a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 elders. The remaining 3 elders fled crazily. With another 2 slashes, the other 2 elders were split in half in the sky. In the end, only the 2nd elder was left. He was also a peerless almighty. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and his eyes were red like a demon. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could kill so many elders in the blink of an eye. He could not believe it. He did not make a move. Instead, he roared crazily. Great Ancestor! Supreme Elder! He was really afraid. He knew that he was no match for the other party at all. However, the Tung family would not be so simple. They had their own foundation. Sure enough, a few powerful auras were awakened amidst the voice. This aura was too terrifying. It was like a prehistoric beast that crushed the void. It was even more terrifying than the previous elders and the Tung family's patriarch. The living fossil elders had come out. Seeing this, the Tung family's martial artists exclaimed. They knew that the Tung family was fine. Each of these living fossil elders had lived for more than 3,000 years. It could be said that they were very terrifying. Normally, they would not come out. They would only make a move when the family was in danger. Now that they had come out, they could suppress everything. The 5 living fossil elders stood in the air. Their hair hung down to their heels, and their faces were full of vicissitudes of life. They leaned on their walking sticks, and their bodies were trembling. Nevertheless, when they saw the scene in front of them, and even the Tung family's patriarch who had been killed, they were all furious. They roared at the sky, and their bodies burst out with a biting cold aura. Their turbid eyes instantly became sharp like divine lamps, and they were extremely dazzling. Who are you? The 5 living fossils stared at Lin Xian and the martial artists behind Lin Xian. They frowned very tightly. Buzz! All of a sudden, clouds and mist rolled in the sky. A huge human face appeared. This human face was very demonic. It looked like a human, but it was covered in scales. In particular, its eyes were purple and flickered with a strange light. As soon as this human face appeared, its aura was even more terrifying than the 5 living fossils combined. This was because it was the aura of an invincible king. Greetings, great ancestor. At this moment, the 10 million martial artists of the Tongue family respectfully bowed and congratulated him. Even the 5 living fossil elders in the sky bowed one after another. This was because this human face was the projection of their Tongue family's great ancestor, an invincible king. In the sky, as soon as the invincible king's human face appeared, his purple eyes shot out 2 purple lightning bolts that struck Lin Xian. It contained the power and will of an invincible king, and it was very terrifying. The surrounding people were shocked, and even Hui Dao and the others felt cold all over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the saint's hand bone appeared above his head, emitting the aura of a saint. In an instant, the 2 purple lightning bolts were destroyed. In the next moment, his expression was incomparably cold. At the same time, Xing Tian, who was beside him, also shouted angrily and stood out. Very well. How dare you attack my young master? Do you want to die? His voice was like thunder, and it shook the surroundings. This was the aura of a saint. In the sky, the demonic human face ignored Xing Tian. Instead, it stared at the saint's hand bone. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly. He did not expect to encounter a saint's treasure. Perhaps this is the opportunity for me to break through. Buzz. Next to the human face, a terrifying hand appeared and grabbed downward as if it wanted to grab the saint's hand bone. You're courting death. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face completely darkened. Behind him, an elder of the immortal palace waved his hand when he saw this. Chapter 2399. Whoosh! A black mirror appeared in the sky and floated above his head. Then a black ray of light flew out. It blasted towards the terrifying palm in the sky. Boom! The palm was instantly pierced through. Then it turned into spiritual qi and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of the Tongue family went crazy. They couldn't believe it. That was the palm of an invincible king. It was so terrifying that even living fossils couldn't resist it. However, the other party destroyed it easily. What exactly was that black mirror? In the sky, the demonic face was also angry and shocked. Damn it! How dare you destroy my attack? All of you must die! A cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but his demonic face was also filled with shock. This was because the second elder raised his hand and threw out a golden scroll. The aura of this scroll was too terrifying. Even the invincible kings were terrified. Lin Xian was also shocked. He felt that the aura on the scroll was very similar to the aura of his saint's hand bone. It should be something passed down by the saint. No wonder the invincible kings were afraid. Damn it, who are you? The demonic face didn't attack. Instead, he gritted his teeth and asked, Who are we? Don't you know now? That elder shouted coldly. The golden scroll above his head shone even more brightly. It even formed mysterious runes that surrounded the surroundings. What? It's you. When the demonic face saw the shape of those runes, his pupils immediately constricted. His purple eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, he recognized what it was. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face when he saw this scene. Since they recognized him, things would be much easier. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to fight against Immortal Palace. So what if they were Invincible House of Kings? Immortal Palace had 6 protector elders, and all 6 of them were invincible kings. This was only the strength on the surface. Immortal Palace's foundation was probably terrifying. As expected, the demonic face was no longer arrogant. Instead, it asked in a deep voice, What do you want? You'll have to ask our palace master. Immortal Palace's elder said coldly. What? Palace master? The demonic face looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. However, in the next moment, he still asked, "May I ask, Calm Master, what are your plans?" "I've said before that I'll let the Tang family live if I kill your patriarch and the 10 great elders." Now that the Tang family's patriarch was dead, only one of the 10 great elders was left. Tell him to obediently roll over and accept his death. What? Did he really have to kill all 10 elders? The Tang family's martial artists were shocked. The demonic face in the sky was also silent. "Damn brat, you've gone too far." Second Elder Zhang roared crazily. The 5 living fossils didn't expect the other party to still want to kill them. Their faces darkened and their eyes emitted a biting, killing intent. Because they still didn't know what kind of power the other party was from. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. They could tell that their patriarch was extremely wary of the other party. Otherwise, with their old ancestor's character, he would have killed everyone with a single slap. However, their old ancestor didn't do that. This meant that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. In the sky, the demonic face was silent for a moment. Then it asked, "Is what you said true? Are you willing to let the Tang family go?" "Of course, as long as you issue an apology to the Tang family and spread it throughout the Ninely dynasty, I can let the Tang family go." "Okay, it's settled then." The demonic face nodded and said, "Do it then." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They simply couldn't believe their ears. What did our great ancestor say? Do it? Are we really going to let the other party kill our only remaining second elder? God, what exactly is going on? At this moment, the Tang family's martial artists were all dizzy. The 5 living fossils were also dumbfounded. Why? Our great ancestor doesn't care? How's this possible? Who exactly is the other party? How can he make our great ancestor afraid? They dared not imagine. Second Elder's vision turned black and he almost fainted. He looked at the figure in front of him, and his body trembled. Next, he turned around and fled. Humph. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered in disdain, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. As expected, the demonic face in the sky once again sent down 2 purple lightning bolts, directly killing Second Elder. What? Second Elder was killed. Seeing this, all the Tang family's martial artists didn't dare to say anything. The 5 living fossils' mouths also twitched. In the sky, the demonic face said, "Don't worry, I will announce to the entire Ninely dynasty that I apologize to you. That would be best." Lin Xian said coldly, then he put away the ancient sword, turned around and waved his hand. "Let's go." Behind him, the Immortal Palace's martial artists boarded the black demon ship one after another. Then the black demon ship swayed, turned into a ray of black light, and disappeared into the sky. Below, the Tang family's martial artists were in a daze. Today's scene would probably become a nightmare for them for the rest of their lives. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others left the Tang family and set off for the Great Xia dynasty again. Lin Xian returned to his room and went into seclusion to comprehend the 5 elements sword. Although he had only used one sword in the previous battle, the power of the metal sword was beyond his expectations. It seemed that if the 5 element sword was mastered, it would definitely be terrifying. At this moment, the Great Xia dynasty could be said to be in turmoil. All the sacred grounds, peerless sects, and powerhouse families in the 5 continents had rushed over. This was because the ancient tomb of a saint had appeared here. Moreover, there was the legend of the nest of 10,000 dragons in Zhongzhou. Every piece of news moved them. Therefore, countless powerhouses would come to the Great Xia dynasty. The martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty were extremely nervous, especially the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. They had mobilized all their forces. However, they weren't too worried. This was because they believed that even if those people came to look for treasures, they wouldn't dare to touch the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. They had this foundation. After all, the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty had produced a great emperor. Moreover, there were extreme weapons in the palace. With the suppression of extreme weapons, they believed that no one would dare to cause trouble in the imperial capital. They also sent powerhouses to the ancient tomb of the saint. Moreover, they were the closest, so they had already sent people when the ancient tomb was first discovered. Not only the royal family, but all the major families in the Great Xia dynasty had also sent people. However, the ancient tomb of the saint was extraordinary. Even though they had cracked it for 1 or 2 months, they still couldn't crack it. In fact, they even triggered a trap that caused many powerhouses to fall. However, in the past few days, with the arrival of powerhouses from all over the world, some of the restrictions on the periphery of the ancient tomb were broken.